gauntlets down. Nice work, both of you. We are now in the upper triangle handoff portion. I have 3 cautions, which I'm going to read to you within the 2 minutes that I have till handover. No sudden movements on the ECU, 4-bar linkage, BGA, mass canister, or mod kit. Maintain less than 0.45 feet per second on BGA. Limit loads to 40 pounds. Avoid cyclic loading. Do not impart forces into the mod kit struts before they are fully installed.
V1 copies all, and I am changing my TCV. I am now at a setting of 4.
Copy TCV 4, EV1. And copy EV2, copies the cautions. When you're ready, EV1 present non-tethered left side of upper triangle to hand off to EV2.
Okay, stand by now. I'm going to come get into position for that. Can you do a quick boot check to make sure my heels are in? Sure thing. Looks like your heels are in from this side. I'm behind the boot plate right now. When I come over to the side, I think I'll have a better view. Copy.
A check for EV1 for the upper triangle and the PGT. We would just like you to double check that the PGT is not tangled in the upper triangle. 30 seconds to a handover.
Yeah. Copy.
You heard the communications as we prepare for the handoff of that upper triangle from Jessica Meir to Anil Menon and begin preparations of installing that to the 3B mass canister. You have also heard from both Anil Menon and Jessica Meir some safety checks as they check over their gloves, their gauntlets, their HAPS, which is the helmet absorption pad, the safety device developed by NASA to help address the possible risk of water inside the helmets as they sweat through today's EVA opportunities and task list. And everyone so far so good working through. Again, the upper triangle build has been completed as we are now an hour and 41 minutes into today's spacewalk.
Okay, I've got that PGT free. Like that.
EV1, EV2, Houston is back with you. We copied partial comm. Sounds like the PGT is free of the upper triangle.
We welcome you back inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room here at Mission Control Center in Houston, Texas, as Flight Director Ronak Dave in the Navy suit overseeing today's spacewalk operations. To his right-hand side is NASA astronaut Stephanie Wilson, who has been the one that you have heard communicating with Jessica Meir and Anil Menon today. Aki Hoshide, immediately to her right, is operating and talking to the crew that are not participating in today's spacewalk. Jack Hathaway and Sophie Adno, along with Andrei Fedyayev, Pyotr Dubrov, and Anna Kikina, the other members of the Expedition 75 crew aboard the International Space Station. So now we make our way back outside as the upper triangle will be passed from Jessica Meir in the red striped spot at the bottom of your screen up to Anil Menon, who is preparing to secure that upper triangle and the center pad that is the smaller portion of the triangle that is now being pointed his direction. And that will make its way to him and eventually attached to the 3B mass canister. Anil Menon is in the articulating portable foot restraint, which is also attached to a workspace interface extender, almost like a step stool or step ladder to extend his ability to reach the top of that 3B mass canister.
Here it comes. Great. Keep it coming. Keep it coming. Can you get it up any higher? Oh, it's so close. I got it. Okay, you got it. Control. You've got control.
And he'll install center pad on mass canister with the arrow pointing towards the array.
Okay, it's installed and in soft dock.
Copy installed and in soft dock. Verify upper triangle to neutral down for later access.
I came out, Stephanie, so I must have been wrong about that. Let me just give it another try.
Copy that. As you're working with it, engage left side, then press in on the right side to engage the soft dock detents.
Okay. Just going to move this ingress aid. Stephanie, I have filled the ret for the for the PGT and the torque wrench onto the WIFX. So we're in a position where I think I'll be able to reach them.
And we copy. Thank you. Nice work. Next, visually inspect and report spherical bearing alignment on both sob brackets. Go ahead, Anil.
We are in soft dock.
Copy soft dock. Nicely done. I see you retrieving your PGT settings alpha 2 clockwise 2.
And I see good alignment on both of the spherical bearings.
Copy good alignment on both spherical bearings. For EV2 1 caution, verify proper alignment for Fairchild fastener installation due to side loading cross-threading sensitivity.
2 copies and alpha 2 clockwise 2 is set and good. Cal.
Copy all. We're looking for 2 turns on M5 through M8.
Turns M5 through M8.
Communications between NASA astronauts Anil Menon and Jessica Meir to the teams on the ground and Spacewalk communicator Stephanie Wilson. And all good news to report so far, as Anil Menon has received the upper triangle. He is now at the bottom portion of your screen and will begin the formal attachment of that upper triangle to the 3B mass canister. Meanwhile, Jessica Meir, who you see at the top portion with the red stripes on her pantsuit and portable life support system, has begun preparations for assembling the right struts of today's construction. And again, this is for the installation of the 3B mass or modification kit to the 3B mass canister that consists of 6 total struts and a mounting bracket. You see the mounting bracket at the knees of Anil Menon towards the bottom of your screen with the first 2 struts now connected, and he will attach that to the mass canister. And then they will move into the right side of the construction, and there we see it upright as we would view it here on Earth as the upper triangle, and then they will have two more pieces, a lower right side and a mid strut on the right side, and then copy that over to the left-hand portion. So essentially 2 of the 4 struts have been connected and now being formally attached. As you see Anil Menon with his pistol grip tool, the space drill that will help him affix this to the top of the mass canister. And Jessica Meir now out of sight, assembling the next steps in the phase, which is putting together the right lower strut and then right mid strut to follow. We are 1 hour and 49 minutes into today's Spacewalk, US Spacewalk 96, as the International Space Station currently orbiting 262 miles above the Earth and about to pass over the northernmost portion of Somalia on the continent of Africa.
1615 on the torque 5 turns green light. Anil, verify your PGT settings, Alpha 2, clockwise 2.
Alpha 2, clockwise 2. Let me just read you this. M6 was 5 turns, green light, and it was 3.7 on the torque. The last one was 3.8. I accidentally read you the turn count showing up on the PGT, which is probably why it seemed high.
Now we're tracking. So I got M5, 3.8 torque, 5 turns green light. M6, 3.7 torque, 5 turns green light.
Stay firm. I'm going to M7.
We concur.
M7, 6 turns, 3.7, green light.
Copy on M7, 3.7 torque, green light, and the turn count was clipped.
Turn.
I believe 6 turns.
Firm, 6 turns. M8 is now 6 turns as well. Green light, 3.8 torque.
M8, 3.8 torque, 6 turns, green light. Copy also 6 turns on M7. Thank you for all. Check center pad MLI and PIP pins 2 still installed.
Okay.
Also M5 through M8, all good bolts.
That is NASA astronaut Anil Menon relaying the torque and settings of the 4 bolts that are attaching the center pad, which is the top tip of the triangle, of the upper triangle of today's 3B modification kit. And the crew's here on the ground confirming good bolts as he is now attaching that structure and testing out that structure and inspecting those bolts as we see on our screen. Meanwhile, NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, just off screen, preparing for the right struts to be assembled to the 3B mass canister. And there you now see her appearing to the upper portions where she has the strut bag that she brought from the Quest airlock all the way down to the very end of the starboard side of the International Space Station where the 2 astronauts are working today. And Those struts will attach themselves to the mounting bracket and the upper triangle and provide additional support to the 3B mass canister.
And we copy. That is a good config. Thank you.
And with each task, you hear communications from the ground for regular updates on the status of their gloves, the status of their HAPs or helmet absorption pads, all part of the ongoing safety checks as each step continues to make its way down the timeline for both astronauts. Now an hour and 54 minutes into today's spacewalk.
Copy, EV1.
Now, Jessica. Hey, copy. I'm going to go ahead and adjust the APFR with X. That's okay. Okay, sure thing.
Anil, we see you working
and
to...
Stephanie, can you confirm with X?
Yes, with X extension is 1. Full settings are 6 Golf 1.
Golf 1.
And after the extension, verify ingress 8 is clear of the upper triangle. And your met weights, you've been doing a nice job with everything. Just continue your slow and steady and smooth pace. You're doing a good job.
Thanks for the feedback.
Communication with NASA astronaut Anil Menon as he has removed himself from the articulating portable foot restraint and is now adjusting the WIFX that is attached to the worksite interface extender. He had a bit of a higher setting in relative to his positioning along the 3B mass canister. He will now adjust that in support of Jessica Meir, who is to the upper portions of the screen, and Anil Menon with his full backside to the cameras as we see them, as they prepare to now assemble the right struts of this 3B modification kit. Closing in on 2 hours for today's spacewalk, an hour and 57 minutes at the moment. The 6th spacewalk for Jessica Meir's career, the first for Anil Menon. For Anil Menon arriving just 22 days ago, or launching just 22 days ago aboard Soyuz MS-29 back on July 14th from the Baikonur Cosmodrome. As for Jessica Meir, in her 174th day in space on her current mission after launching with NASA SpaceX Crew 12 back in February. And you can see just past the portable life support system, or the backpack, the spacesuit backpack of Anil Menon, right in the center of your screen, the next strut assembly that Jessica Meir is repairing. And again, we're going to be working on the right side next. So this will be in total strut 3 of 6 that will be next to be attached to provide additional support to this modification kit to the 3B power channel for the International Space Station.
Anil, APFR settings 12, Papa Papa, Charlie 12.
12, Papa, Charlie 12. We still have the RET going to the mounting bracket as well. That will get released after you're back in there?
I believe so.
And Houston concurs. That's affirmative, Jessica.
Copy.
As we see on the screen, it is becoming a little bit darker outside of the International Space Station as they are making their way into an orbital nighttime pass. Again, the space station orbiting the Earth every 90 minutes, so a sunrise and sunset witnessed by NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon every 45. So they have their helmet cameras, or helmet lights on, in addition to their helmet cameras, of course, as they continue work on adjusting the WIFX and portable foot restraints ahead of the next task of today's spacewalk, which will be assembling the right struts of the 3B modification kit. We have now officially passed the 2-hour mark of today's spacewalk. After getting underway at 7:33 a.m. Central Time, 8:33 a.m. Eastern Time. So far, the astronauts, after departing the space station's Quest airlock, have translated to the far side of the starboard side of the International Space Station to the 3B power channel and solar array, and that is where they are operating now. They have completed construction of the upper triangle, which is, you somewhat see portions of it, namely the mounting bracket towards the bottom of your screen, with some of the reflection of the lights from the camera, or from the helmets of the two astronauts. So that upper triangle consisting of the IROSA, or International Space Station Rollout Solar Array mounting bracket, which it will attach to once delivered on a future cargo flight later this year, and then installed on a future spacewalk itself. That mounting bracket with 2 struts attached and attached to the mass canister. 6 struts in total and 1 mounting bracket, so 2 of the 6 have formally been completed. And again, working on the right side, a right lower strut and right mid strut will be next, and then the 2 astronauts will move to the other end and work on the left lower and left mid of today's build out.
Which knob was depressible? Was the main change that I made, and the width extender was set at 1, and the pin is at the pull test.
Copy. With extender 1, 12 Papa Papa Charlie 12, pitch knob can be depressed. From Houston, we recommend you ingress the APFR and then perform your socket swap on your PGT to the 2-inch rigid.
That's a great idea. That's what I was thinking too.
Love it when great minds think alike.
And I see that RET in front of you.
And also a friendly reminder, prior to ingress with the safety tether reel behind you, you may want to clear it or put it in a different position.
What do you think, Jessica?
Looks like you're almost there, so I would continue. I see your toes in.
Okay.
We are okay with that.
Please come more forward.
You look in.
No, your heel's not in. You need it. Yep. There you go. Keep going a little bit more. Exaggerate that a little bit more in. A little bit more. Now, yeah, I think that your foot is a little bit too far back. So when you're rotating, you're ending up on top of the heel guide. That looks better. That looks good.
All right. Thanks for the assist. Where does my station tether go?
Your safety tether is between your legs behind you.
Okay. I think I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I think just when you come out next time, just watch where it goes and get it on the other side of your leg.
Okay, get it on in front of my left leg, essentially.
Concur.
Okay.
All right, I have the right mid strut. Are you going to do your socket swap first?
Yeah.
Okay.
Big inch off, good pull test.
Copy, good socket swap, good pull test. Verify access to mounting bracket ret.
2 hours and 5 minutes into today's spacewalk, U.S. Spacewalk 96, featuring NASA astronaut Jessica Meir at the top of your screen and NASA astronaut Anil Menon at the bottom as they continue working through procedures and construction of the 3B modification kit that will attach to the 3B power channel and support the eventual installation of an International Space Station rollout solar array that will help augment the power of the orbiting laboratory. And that future installation will be on a future EVA. The solar arrays themselves will be delivered on a future cargo flight, NASA's SpaceX 35th Commercial Resupply Services mission. So far, after departing the Quest airlock, picking up additional tools as necessary, they have completed the upper triangle build. Upper triangle consisting of the IROSA mounting bracket and the upper left and right struts. They have since hard mated that to the 3B mass canister and now have adjusted their foot restraints and tools needed to continue to proceed what will be now assembling the right side of the struts of the 3B modification kit. And that right side consists of a right mid strut and a right lower strut, in which one portion will be attached to the 3B mass canister and one portion will be attached to the mounting bracket.
So the mounting bracket ret.
Copy, verify access lower strut clevis.
Good access, lower strut clevis.
Verify access mid strut clevis.
Good access, mid strut clevis.
Copy, verify mounting bracket pin grounding block.
Good access, mounting bracket, pit pin grounding block.
Copy. Good access to all those items. Release mounting bracket ret back to the strut bracket.
All right, Jessica. We've got it all.
Okay, I've got a hand on it. I'm tending it.
Okay, I'm releasing.
Hey, it's back in the bag.
Copy, mounting bracket ret is released back to the strut bag. We are 30 seconds to a handover for EV2. During that time, we'll take a HECA power cycle.
EV2 is cycling HECA.
So as you hear the communications there, they are anticipating a handover, which is a handover in communications satellites. So we will temporarily lose views, but in the process of that handover, asking the astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon to power cycle, or essentially turn off and turn back on their HECA cameras, the High Definition Extravehicular Mobility Unit Camera Assembly. So we welcome you back inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room here in Mission Control in Houston, Texas at NASA's Johnson Space Center as that handover in communications satellites is ongoing. We should resume communications with the station here just momentarily as Flight Director Ronak Dave and his Momentum flight team overseeing today's EVA. He is in the middle of your screen in the Navy suit. Immediately to his left is Chris Dobbins, Flight Director, that'll be overseeing a future spacewalk. This is the first. Today's spacewalk is the first of 3 scheduled for this month. The next will be on Thursday, August 13th, U.S. Spacewalk 97, which will replace a communications antenna on the International Space Station called the Space to Ground antenna, among other tasks. And then also U.S. Spacewalk 98 on Thursday, August 25th. And that will focus on connecting power channels and cables and data relay systems as a part of ongoing space station maintenance, among other tasks. So that is Chris Dobbins to the near side foreground with Ronak Dave for today's EVA. Stephanie Wilson, the spacewalk communicator, immediately to his right, communicating tasks to the team outside of the space station and Meir and Menon. And immediately to her right is Aki Hoshide. He is the Capcom. He is communicating to the other 5 members of Expedition 75 that are inside the space station right now, and they consist of NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway, ESA astronaut Sophie Adno. Those 2 helped support preparations for today's EVA. Andrei Fedyayev, along with Pyotr Dubrov and Anna Kikina, all 3 of Roscosmos, also inside the space station today going through their daily activities.
I'll reposition to get down to this other strap, and then I'll get it. I've got the right lower strut.
Transfer right lower strut to EV2 with the clevis end towards him.
Work. Okay, I'm rotating this up and now.
Okay. Tracking it.
View from the helmet cam of NASA astronaut Jessica Meir inside the strut bag. At the start of the EVA, that bag had 6 struts and a mounting bracket, but she has now pulled out the right lower strut. That is what is in her right hand, and the LR for lower strut. She is handing that over to Anil Menon as they begin construction of the right-hand side of the 3B power channel modification kit for today's U.S. Spacewalk 96. And there you can see the 2 of them working in tandem. Jessica Meir more towards the middle of your screen as the International Space Station currently in an orbital nighttime. So the 2 working with their helmet lights on. Meir with the red stripes on her pant leg. For Anil Menon at the bottom of the screen, he has one side of the right strut. And as for Meir, she will grab a hold of the other end of that strut as they maneuver it into position. And again, this is the right lower strut.
Put it inboard.
that will help secure this modification kit to the 3B mass canister of the International Space Station. Right now, the two astronauts among their Expedition 75 crew members orbiting 272 miles above the Earth, and they are pretty much at the halfway point, the International Space Station, between the southernmost coast of Australia and the northern portion of Antarctica at the moment. Today's EVA now 2 hours and 14 minutes and 30 seconds of phased elapsed time.
I know this is much closer than it looks in Doug.
Agree. It got a good look at the translation area on the left that you need to use, and I think it's going to work just fine. There's a lot of structural handholds the opposite side of you, on the radiator side.
Send this PGT over to me first.
Jessica,
A point of view from NASA astronaut Jessica Meir.
I have one warning. Pinch point, keep fingers clear of lower strut pad to BGA interface when driving both.
You want copies?
And for both of you with the consumables check here, PET 2 hours 17 minutes. You're on the timeline. Limiting consumable is EV2 MEDOX 6 hours 20 minutes. We do expect that to get better.
Yeah, and I'll take settings for the PGT, Stephanie.
PGT settings, alpha 1, clockwise 1 on the strut bag PGT.
Alpha 1, clockwise 1 is set.
Good settings.
And now,
Align lower strut M19 to the spherical Saab bearing. Looking to drive M19 exactly 4 turns.
copy.
Communications with NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, whose view we had from her helmet camera just a moment ago, but now we see her working with...
Rotate a little bit counterclockwise.
Rotating counterclockwise.
Up there.
So again, Jessica Meir at the bottom right portion of your screen with her helmet light on, securing one side of the right lower strut as they continue to work through their procedures, building out the modification kit for the 3B power channel and 3B mass canister they are attaching it to for today's spacewalk with spacewalker and NASA astronaut Anil Menon.
clockwise 2.
Avalon, clockwise 2.
And understand you're helping with alignment, just giving it to you early.
I'm with you. That was great. Thank you.
Starting turn.
So Jessica Meir again on the bottom right-hand side with her pistol grip tool, the space drill, securing that right lower strut to the mass canister as you start to see it slowly but surely become more and more illuminated. The International Space Station and its 2 spacewalkers, currently in orbital at nighttime, but will be coming up on a sunrise here shortly. Anil Menon towards the top half. Are now onto Jessica Meir, who is using that pistol grip tool to secure that strut to the mass canister. Prior to that, you heard an update from the spacewalk communicator Stephanie Wilson, providing an update. Now 2 hours and 20 minutes into today's spacewalk. They are on a timeline, so they are right on time, both Menon and Meir together, working in tandem today. And they also provided updates on consumables, just how their suits are performing, how they are performing. You heard the term MEDOX canister. That is the metal oxide canister. And that is what is installed in the backpack-like structure you see right there on the backside of Jessica Meir. That is what is called the Portable Life Support System, or the acronym here at NASA is PLIS. And that contains everything that an astronaut needs to venture out into the vacuum of space: breathable atmosphere, carbon dioxide scrubbing, cooling, power, water supply, and the like.
PGT turned off.
Copy that. PGT turned off.
I'll give it another cow.
We copy.
So right now, as we just heard on the communications channel, Jessica Meir again adjusting her PGT or pistol grip tool, the settings, the torque settings needed to secure this right lower strut to the 3B mass canister.
All right, cow pass. I've got a good LED test. Battery is 42.
Copy, Jessica. It's a good number.
That was Alpha 1, clockwise 1.
Good settings. And looking for 3 more turns on M19.
Work. PGT turned off again as soon as I put it on the socket. Not sure what happened there.
And we copy. PGT turned off.
Definitely did not hit the button, so interesting. I think this is similar to what happened on the last EVA. So I'll get back into Cal again. Cal pass.
Jessica, we copy Cal pass, and we'd like you to use this PGT one more time. We're talking about options.
Okay, copy. Good LED test. 3 volts. It is not driving, it appears to be off again.
And I'm seeing, when you hit the button, I see 2 red lights, 2 green lights. It says LED test.
Is it still on the, okay, then maybe it didn't get all the way switched. Am I? Okay, I got, didn't get all the way over it.
And if that doesn't work, Stephanie, I'm just throwing out an option for you guys to chew on, which is I could take out 1 foot and pass her my PGT.
I have my PGT as well. Obviously yours has the right socket on it, but I can always socket swap if needed. All right, we're turning now.
Copy.
NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, front and center on your screen with her pistol grip tool, currently troubleshooting some settings and ability to use that tool to help secure the right lower strut with the teams here on the ground.
For EV2 now, align lower strut clevis to mounting bracket L6. You'll drive M20 exactly 2 turns with Bravo 1 clockwise 2.
M20, 2 turns, Bravo 1, clockwise 2. Bravo 1, clockwise 2, set on the PGT.
Good settings.
Two turns. That first line has gone in.
Copy the line report. 2 turns on M20 for EV1 for the strut bag PGT. You can continue to use this PGT or the options that Anil discussed. His PGT has the appropriate socket, or you could do a socket swap on your PGT. We think the time would be equivalent.
Okay, copy. The PGT seems to be working right now, so we'll try it again.
And we concur. For M19, PGT settings, Bravo 7, clockwise 2. You'll drive it an additional 9 turns. You might like the optional BRT position on handrail 2070 or 2071.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'll be able to reach with the BRT because of the BRT being on the left side. It'll be easier on the other side, but I will assess that. Bravo 7, clockwise 2. Clockwise 2.
Good settings, Bravo 7, clockwise 2, and understand.
NASA.
Bravo 7, clockwise 2 is set.
Good settings.
And remind me how many turns are expected here?
We're expecting an additional 9 turns.
Copy 9.
And this will, you will drive to torque.
Copy to torque. Okay, that was 2 turns. Do have a low torque at 3.8, so I can do I have a go to hit it again?
Jessica, say again the turn count.
turns, and I had a low torque.
Copy 6 turns, low torque, checking. Jessica, double check PGT settings, Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
Bravo clockwise 2 is set.
Copy, we'd like you to drive the bolt again.
Work. I did get a good green light that time. I have a 23.2 torque. It only turns maybe an eighth to a quarter of a turn. I do have a fault red light on the PGT, but a good green torque light.
Copy for M19, you had a torque of 23.2, an additional, after the 6 turns, you got an additional 1/8 to 1/4 turn, green light with a red fault light. Any other lights?
No other light, but it is interesting because the torque is green, but it does say low torque underneath the 23.2.
Copy, checking.
I think I have a little bit of a better position to brace right now if I'm going to hit it again.
Okay, that's good. We do what you are seeing is expected. We would like you to drive it again with the PGT, and then we'll go to the torque wrench.
Work. Okay, that felt better. But my torque value is, again, it was like maybe an eighth of a turn. It's green light, and I see 25.4 on the torque value. I see black line is flush.
For M19, 25.4 now on the torque, an additional eighth of a turn, green light, black line flush.
Got a good view of the bearings right now, too. I can see it looks like no gap. I see the black line is parallel to the bolt canister. And it's got a good wiggle test, so it looks like a good bolt.
Copy, a good report for the solid bolts. For the torque wrench, manually drive M19 to final torque. We're looking for 2 breakovers.
Copy, 2 breakovers. Oh.
Communications between NASA astronaut Jessica Meir and the Spacewalk support group here in Mission Control in the International Space Station Flight Control Room as the views illuminating as the International Space Station makes its way into an orbital sunrise as we continue on today's tasks for US EV-8 96. And there you see Jessica Meir more in the middle of the screen with the red stripes on her spacesuit. Anil Menon joining her on this spacewalk today. In the bottom left-hand side, he is currently standing in the articulating portable foot restraint. Together, they are looking to attach the right lower strut 3 of 6, to be a part of this 3B modification kit that is being attached to the 3B power channel and mast canister around the International Space Station on the far end of the starboard side. You heard communication, some troubleshooting going on between Jessica Meir and the teams on the ground, looking to work her PGT, as you heard, or pistol grip tool, the space drill, as they were trying to get it to operate properly. They offered a couple of different solutions, also providing the torque wrench to help secure this strut to the mast canister. So we'll continue to monitor that as they proceed through their timeline. We are 2 hours and 34 minutes into today's spacewalk. Everything went by the book, pre-breathing, and all of the pre-spacewalk safety measures were all checked off, and the start time of today's spacewalk, 7:33 a.m. Central, 8:33 a.m. Eastern Time. And again, now approaching 2 hours and 35 minutes into today's spacewalk, as both Jessica Meir and Anil Menon now orbiting right over the Pacific Ocean at 260 miles above the Earth. So to, again, recap the process so far, after egressing or exiting the Quest airlock, the two astronauts working together would move down the starboard side truss, the backbone and support structure of the International Space Station, to make its way all the way out to the far end of the starboard side. And that is where that 3B mass canister and power channel will be occupied. They have set up shop and have since constructed the upper triangle, which is the mounting bracket that the future International Space Station solar array will attach to on a future spacewalk, and two struts, a left and right upper strut. And together between those three items, they form the triangle and have since been connected to the top portion of the mass canister. So now what they're doing is working on the lower portions of that structure. Again, the right lower, and there will be a right mid strut, all to add extra security and attachment to this 3B mass canister. They will then transition over to the left-hand side of this structure that they are building and do the left lower strut and left mid strut.
Are you able to estimate the turn count?
It barely turned. I would say maybe a quarter turn max.
And we copy a quarter turn and 2 breakovers with the torque wrench on M19. With that additional driving of the PGT and the breakovers with the torque wrench, we'd like you to reperform the ASAB bolt checks. Verify black line, parallel. Okay, yes, go ahead.
I see black line is parallel. I can see the strut boss, the bearing boss, and the spherical bearing with no gap in between them, and I'm giving it a good wiggle test. It does not wiggle.
Good checks. We are checking the bolt. Also verify lower strut MLI covering the strut pad.
I need to pull the MLI back down a little bit. That's in work now. And Stephanie, the MLI is in place.
Copy, MLI is in place. We can verify a good, we can confirm a good 19 bolt, M19 bolt. You can release the RET from the lower strut. For EV2, PGT settings are the same on your PGT Bravo 1 clockwise 2 to drive M20 to torque, an additional 5 to 7 turns.
M20 to torque, Bravo 1 clockwise 2 is still set.
Good settings, go to drive.
The RET's been released.
Copy, RET released.
Stephanie, while he's driving those bolts, I translate up into position for the mid-strut.
Yes, translate to side pad location on the right side of the mass canister.
In work.
Five turns, low torque. Line is half a millimeter off of being flush.
Copy, 5 turns. I believe you said low torque. We'd like you to drive M20 again.
Driving M20 again. All right, one additional turn. Green light, 11.9 torque, black line flush.
Copy M20, 11.9 torque, 6 turns total, green light, black line flush, good bolt M20. Stow PGT, install lower strut grounding pit pin into the grounding block on the mounting bracket, and then install the MLI over the lower strut clevis.
PV2 is moving to pit pin and MLI.
Stephanie, I'm in position for the mid strut. I've got my BRT down on the long handrail.
We copy.
Wrapping up the MLI, and I'll be ready.
Some good communications there between Jessica Meir and Anil Menon, the two talking to the teams on the ground as they just have completed the bolting of the right lower strut. Jessica Meir attached her portion of the right lower strut to the 3B mast canister and then transferred bolting and assembly over to Anil Menon, who then attached the topmost portion of the lower strut to the mounting bracket, the IROSA mounting bracket, and together now they are working to begin the right mid strut. So in total, 6 total struts for today's assembly and a mounting bracket, all to support the installation of a International Space Station rollout solar array. The first 2 struts were used to help complete a triangle shape with the mounting bracket for the IROSA. That was built first and attached straight on into the 3B mast canister. Then at an angle from top left to bottom right, as we see, or pardon me, bottom left to top right, we see that lower strut assemblage to the mast canister. That has since been bolted into place. And then there is a support strut, a right mid strut that will go across from the mounting bracket directly across to the mast canister, and that will complete the right hand side. So that is what Anil Menon and Jessica Meir are operating and beginning working on now. And then they will take those procedures, lower strut, right strut, and make their way to the left hand side for lower strut and mid strut, pardon me. Now 2 hours and 42 minutes into today's U.S. Spacewalk number 96, the 6th of the career for Jessica Meir, the 1st of his career for Anil Menon. So far, everything on timeline, the crew working diligently through their tasks after building out the mounting bracket with 2 struts to form a triangle, and which affectionately named the upper triangle. Lower strut has, on the right side, has been bolted on, and now working on the right mid strut of the structure today.
Extending and passing the mid strut.
I've got a hand on it.
Okay, I'm going to keep control too.
If you can hold it right there for a minute. And can you pitch? So right now I need you to bring your end up a little bit.
My end is going up, which is pitch movement.
Here we go. We are in soft duck.
Okay. Just FYI, the writing seems about 2 inches out, so we might experience an MLI challenge.
Understand. Good call.
Copy soft dock. 1 caution, verify proper alignment for Fairchild fastener installation due to side load cross-threading sensitivity. PGT settings for EV1 PGT, Alpha 2, clockwise 2, driving M9 through M12, exactly 2 turns.
Copy. 2 turns. That was Bravo 1, clockwise 2. Is that correct?
It is Alpha 2, clockwise 2.
Okay, sorry about that. Alpha 2, clockwise 2. PGT is off, so I'll get it on.
And we copy. And this one is expected to be off.
Concur. The first use, I have CalPath, good LED test, and 41 volts.
Those are good numbers. Go to drive M9 to M12, exactly 2 turns, 1 minute to a handover.
Alpha 2, clockwise 2.
Good settings.
And 2 turns.
Concur.
Starting turns on M9.
Copy M9.
Position a little bit here.
NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon continuing progress on today's build out of the 3B mass canister and 3B mod kit attachment modification kit. And we just heard prior to all the settings that were radioed up to the crew from Stephanie Wilson, the Spacewalk communicator, that they have reached the midway point of construction of this modification kit, which leaves the kit currently in the minimal configuration to safely and be structurally sound to the side of that mass canister, but continuing to press ahead as we are now 2 hours and 46 minutes into today's spacewalk. We are currently in a communications handover, and we welcome you back inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, where the team's on the ground continuing to follow along and work step by step in procedure with NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon.
Got 2 turns on M9 and 2 turns on M12. I'm about to start M10.
Copy. 2 on M9, 2 on M12, M10 in work. Thank you.
And there you see Stephanie Wilson, that spacewalk communicator, right in the middle of the screen. Ronak Dave to her left-hand side in the Navy suit, the flight director for today's spacewalk and his Momentum flight team overseeing. And Aki Hoshide, the Capcom, to Stephanie Wilson's right side, managing communications for the other 5 members of this Expedition 75 crew aboard the International Space Station. So he handles the internal space station communications, Wilson the external for Menon and Meir, as we return to views outside of the orbiting laboratory. And again, these two working in tandem to now assemble the right mid strut, and they're working through their bolt settings to how to attach that to not only the mounting bracket, but the actual 3B mass canister itself using the PGT. You've heard that acronym used several times here recently. The pistol grip tool or space drill they are using to attach all of these struts to the mass canister.
Got it.
So I can get lined up a little better.
Yeah, I can see a little bit of a side load. That's probably the tricky part.
That's it. It's a 6-inch. 2 turns on M11.
Copy 2 turns on M11. Nicely done. Now drive M9 to M12 to torque, expecting an additional 3 to 7 turns.
North.
For EV2, align the mid-strut L7 with the upper strut L7. If needed, you can egress 1 foot from the APFR.
Just over 2 hours and 50 minutes into today's spacewalk.
That's affirmative. Alpha 2, clockwise 2, same settings.
NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon now operating the installation of the right mid-strut of today's 3B modification build around.
Copy aligned. PGT settings for your PGT are the same. Bravo 1, same as previously for you. Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
And that is around the 3B mass canister. The communications you are hearing are with Stephanie Wilson, the Spacewalk communicator, relaying the different PGT or pistol grip tool settings to help drill this right mid strut into place.
Torque of 2.8. The light is green. Sorry, green torque and 2.8. That was 3 more turns.
2.8, 3 turns on. And which bolt, please?
It's on M9.
Copy M9, checking. Oh. And that's a good M9. We're ready for the remainder of M10 through M12.
North.
So astronaut Jessica Meir in the red stripes on the bottom of your screen as identified on the pant leg cuff of her spacesuit, relaying down the amount of turns and torque of her drill as she works through the what will be 4 bolts to attach one side of the right mid strut.
12. The green light 3.6 torque.
As she and Anil Menon continue to work through this right mid-strut assembly, I will turn over commentary for today's live coverage of U.S. Spacewalk 96 to my colleague with NASA Communications, Ken Appel.
M24, 8 total turns, green light, black line flush, 11.8 torque.
Copy EV2, hold here. What I understood for you for M24, torque 11.8, 8 turns, green light, black line flush.
Affirmative, and that included, the 8 included the hand start.
Understand, 8 total with the hand start. You can stow your PGT and work to install the mid-strut grounding pin into the mounting bracket. Grounding block, words for Jessica, understand for M10, 3.6, green light, your turn count, somehow the short words are getting clipped, so just FYI, we did not copy the turn count.
Negative, that was not M10, that was M12. It was 6 turns. Correct.
Copy M12, 6 turns, 3.6 on the torque, green light. Thank you for the correction.
And Stephanie, did you copy my last?
I last copied your report for M12.
Sounds like a bit ratty comm, Stephanie. That was broken.
This is Mission Control Houston, and if you're just joining us, we're covering the U.S. Spacewalk 96 that began at 7:33 a.m. Central, 8:33 a.m. Eastern this morning. We are currently just under 3 hours into today's spacewalk. The International Space Station is currently flying 259 statute miles over the United States over the state of Iowa.
Sorry, we did not hear that. You can move on to M10.
Today's spacewalk prepares the 3B power channel for the future installation of new rollout solar arrays. Once installed, the arrays will provide additional power to support critical station operations.
The MLI installed over M13 and M14, ensuring that the mounting bracket upper surface is clear.
Here on your screens are NASA astronauts. Jessica Meir there with the red stripes, and then NASA astronaut in the foreground, Anil Menon.
And Stephanie, I had 5 turns on M10.
To recap, they have completed assembly of the upper triangle, which you see in front of Anil Menon there on your screen.
M10, 3.8 torque, 5 turns, green light.
11.
They've also completed install of the right lower strut, and they are currently installing the right mid strut.
Understand M11 in work, your go.
Just a bit ago, spacewalk communicator and NASA astronaut Stephanie Wilson communicated to the spacewalkers that they reached the midpoint of the construction of this mod kit.
Stephanie, 7 turns on M11, good green light, 3.7 torque.
Copy M11, 3.7 torque, 7 turns, green light. We would like you to drive M9 again.
Copy M9 one more time. And Stephanie, that torqued out right away. I got 3.6 torque and like barely any turn. Good green light.
Copy it, torqued
M9.
out right away, 3.6, green light for M9, checking. Meanwhile, while we're waiting for either verification or additional steps, both EV1 and EV2 turn your HECAs off.
Back here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room here at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. This Momentum flight team is led by Flight Director there in the Navy suit, Ronat Dave. To his right is NASA astronaut Stephanie Wilson, who is supporting today's spacewalk as the spacewalk communicator, speaking to both NASA astronauts directly, Jessica Meir and Anil Menon. And to her right is JAXA astronaut Akio Shide, supporting as today's Capcom and communicating with the crew inside of the International Space Station. Currently aboard the International Space Station is NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway and ESA astronaut Sophie Adeno, who supported this morning getting Jessica and Anil out the door.
On that bolt, including the 2 turns.
Also aboard is Roscosmos cosmonauts Andrei Fedyayev, Pyotr Dubrov, and Anna Kikina.
I cannot remember how many I called. It would be whatever I called down. Final torque was 3.6, and it barely turned. So I'm not sure. Whatever I said back then, that was the first one I did.
Yeah, I copied 2 initially and then 2 the first time. I copy, Jessica. We're checking the bolts for EV2 at a good time. I can take a glove, hap, and gauntlet check from you.
Who's checking? EV2 gloves are nominal, just a little black scuffing. Outlets are down and hap's dry.
Copy, EV2. Gloves are nominal with a little bit of black scuffing, hap dry, gauntlets down.
Stay firm.
For EV1, while we are discussing bolts, release EV2 ret from the mid-strut and verify side pad.
We are currently in a brief but expected loss of signal.
Installed in the side pad, and MLI standby. Just release EV2 ret from the mid-strut and verify the side pad final config.
NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon continue installing the right mid-strut.
Hey, Anil, ready for your ret?
I am ready for my ret.
Here it comes.
Back to views of the International Space Station. To recap, NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon. Jessica Meir there with the red stripe and Anil Menon there in the foreground. They've completed assembly of the upper triangle, installed that upper triangle.
And I got words. We are now ready also for you to verify MLI covering side pad clevis.
Okay, that's in work. And Stephanie, it's covering the clevis now. Can you verify for me whether or not pit pin should also be covered by the MLI?
Checking. Pit pin should not be covered by the MLI.
Okay, copy. And I think we're in a good config here. Clevis is covered. I'm giving it a good squish.
Copy. It's a good side pad final config checks. I'll take a go of HAP and gauntlet check from you.
EV1 HAP is dry. Gloves are still nominal. I have a few black smudges, one on each pinky finger and one on my right thumb. My gauntlets are down.
Copy. EV1, nominal gloves, few black smudges, pinky and right thumb, HAP dry, gauntlets down.
Today's spacewalk prepares the 3B power channel for future installation of new IROSAs, or International Space Station Rollout Solar Arrays.
We are still
Once those are installed, the arrays will provide additional power to support station operations. To recap, NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon have completed assembly of the upper triangle, which you see there in front of Anil Menon on the foreground of your screen. They've also completed installation of the right lower strut and are currently finishing install of the right mid strut.
While we're standing by, could you give us our ET, Stephanie? Where we are in the timeline?
PET 3 hours, 6 minutes, checking timeline. We are about 5 minutes down on the timeline. EV2 MEDOX limiting 7 hours for MEDOX.
Copy.
Good improvement.
Definitely. Hope that you're in an ACFR, not moving.
Yes, concur with all. And after discussion with the bolts, we are calling M9 through M12 good, at least at this time. So we are ready for you to continue to install the left lower strut. Jessica, translate to the strut bag, and Anil, prepare to receive the left mid strut.
You get 2 copies.
EV1.
And with that communication to the crew from the ground team here at NASA's Mission Control Center at NASA Johnson Space Center, that they have instructed that Jessica Meir and Anil Menon, the 2 spacewalkers for today's U.S. Spacewalk 96, have moved on and have completed the assembly of the right mid strut. They were going over reviews of the bolts that were needed, the 4 bolts to attach that right mid strut to the 3B mast canister. And with that, they have since given the go for Jessica Meir, who you see towards the top of your screen in the red striped spacesuit, to move along and return back to the strut bag and now begin the left side of the assembly. And that left side will start with the left lower strut. So going over everything that has transpired here over the last 3 hours and 8 minutes, that's how far along we are in today's spacewalk. The crew has completed the upper triangle build, which consists of the IROSA mounting bracket. That is what the future IROSA installation will attach to help provide additional power to the International Space Station through the 3B channel, which is the channel on the far side of the starboard side of the International Space Station. So with that mounting bracket attached to 2 struts, forming a triangle of the 3 sides, and that would attach to the top portion of the mast canister. Then they would assemble the right side portion, which consists of the right lower strut and right mid strut. That lower strut completed a little while ago, and you just saw and heard the communication with Jessica Meir and Anil Menon to begin procedures to now move over to the left-hand side and begin pretty much what they just completed on the right, mirror to the left lower strut, and then the left mid strut. Also, still to look ahead for today's spacewalk is to also assemble the collars, cables, and MLI. You've heard the term MLI a few different times today, and that is multi-layer insulation that provides protection to areas around the International Space Station that are exposed to space.
Coming your way, Anil?
Oh, there we are.
And there's a great view of that strut bag as Jessica Meir when that red stripes.
I have control.
Okay, I'm gonna let go. This will be the moon to the left.
I am reading to the side here. It's the side pad, right?
Sure, side pad side.
Okay, side pad side is redded.
That's affirmative.
I'm going to take off the bag ret.
Yes.
I can't see
You
it.
can't see it, but I mean, just let it go. There it is, you got it.
I got it.
So that is Anil Menon on the bottom left and Jessica Meir on the top of your screen, starting to begin assembly of the left side of today's 3B modification build outside of the 3B mast canister of the International Space Station, and all in support of the future rollout of a rollout solar array to provide additional power to the orbiting laboratory.
Excellent.
The strut bag that you saw images of, 8 feet in length, weighing over 300 pounds on Earth. Though they do not feel that weight in space, they do carry the mass of that bag as they manipulate it around their work site. So now they'll begin the assembly of what will be the left lower strut. After completing the right-hand side, verifying that all the bolts to attach the struts to the mounting bracket are safe and secure against the mast canister. And they will just mirror that assembly, but now on the left-hand side, the left lower strut and left mid strut upcoming.
Hey now, here it comes.
All right. Hands are out. See it coming up. Almost there. That coming. I almost have it. There we go. I have control.
Okay, you have control. I'm letting go.
I have control.
I'm right to the handrail stanchion nearest the clevis.
I think we're going to get on this side of this.
Can you repeat?
Yes, just a friendly reminder, right to the handrail stanchion nearest the clevis.
Okay. MWS ret is on the handrail stanchion nearest the clevis, near M22.
This one's not just staying ready to the bag.
This one, once the red is on the handrail stanchion, you can release the bag to the ret to the bag.
Okay, go to release now.
Go to release.
Okay. That has been released.
All right. I have control.
I see you have control.
Jessica, verify access to the strut bag PGT and torque wrench for the left sob spherical bearing, and then translate to the left side of the IEA.
Okay, copy. It's in a good position right now. Hopefully it stays that way. But I will start translating.
Excellent, thank you.
Zeroing in on 3 hours and 15 minutes into today's U.S. Spacewalk 96, featuring NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon, the 6th of Jessica's career. And for Anil Menon, who just arrived to the station after launching 22 days ago, it is his first of his NASA career. Today's spacewalk is to build out a modification kit to the 3B mast canister and augment the 3B power channel for the International Space Station. And this modification kit, this structure that they are building, is to support an International Space Station rollout solar array that'll be installed on a future EVA. Those solar arrays will arrive to station both to support the 3B channel that we've been talking about today and also the 2A channel that EVA would complete a similar structure over the last couple of EVAs for these astronauts and for the International Space Station. The most recent back on March 18th, U.S. Spacewalk number 94 that Jessica Meir was a part of alongside with NASA astronaut Chris Williams. So far, they have completed the upper triangle and the right side of the strut assembly to attach to that 3B mass canister, which is located all the way to the far end of the starboard side of the International Space Station. So they had covered some ground after exiting the Quest airlock.
Over here on your left, I'm at the A-frame, so I'm going to get into a position to adjust your APFR.
Copy. Friendly reminder for the roll. Changes from Charlie to Hotel.
Copy. Charlie to Hotel.
And that is Jessica Meir relaying communications to the ground as she has moved around backside of where she previously was, supporting the right side build out of the structure. She since has gone up and around Anil Menon and is now popping up on the left side of the structure to help build out that left lower strut and left mid strut. Meanwhile, Menon at the bottom of your screen, he is locked in to an articulating portable foot restraint to help extend his reach,
which I think might be a song.
Copy. A slow roll for now. Right, and now
Do my theme song.
I've got a
currently experiencing a communications handover for the next handful of seconds as we take a live look inside of where we are located inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room inside of Mission Control Center in Houston, Texas at NASA's Johnson Space Center. The team here on the ground working in lockstep with the two astronauts outside of the International Space Station, led by Ronak Dave, the flight director for today, and his call sign Momentum Flight, as him and his team overseeing everything on the outskirts of the orbiting laboratory.
Might be in position golf.
Golf, we're going 1 over.
Copy golf. Are you ready to verify the access steps?
I see you in.
Stand by 1 sec.
I see you in hotel now.
Hotel. Good job.
And that is Stephanie Wilson in the middle of your screen that is relaying these communications up to Anil Menon and Jessica Meir. Aki Hoshide to the right of Stephanie Wilson, handling all other communications to the remaining 5 members of Expedition 75 inside of the International Space Station. As we have now regained communications as the handover complete between satellites, and a view there of that is Anil Menon on the bottom right-hand side. As I look a little closer there, if you were to flip it upside down, the upper triangle has now become the, quote, lower triangle in this view, with the long lower struts now extending from the base all the way to the basically top of that 3B mass canister. So it now, since we are viewing it from essentially upside down from the original construction, what's now left is right or right is left. For Jessica Meir, again, moving into position after completing that right-hand side build-out of the lower strut and mid-strut and preparing to receive one end of the left lower strut from Anil Menon, who is currently holding it, while Jessica gets positioned properly.
Stephanie, I'm at that location. I am going to get a BRT down on this side. It'll make it a lot easier. You're on the appropriate side now.
Copy BRT.
While you're doing that, do you want me to get that PGT?
I can reach it. I can reach it, I think.
BRT handrail.
I can get that to you.
Okay.
Go ahead, Stephanie.
Just suggested handrail for the BRT 2082. And when you're ready, the PGT settings for the strut bag PGT Alpha 1 clockwise 1.
Copy, and I actually used 2081, and I'm getting the PGT.
Copy 2081.
So I'll give it a cow. Cal, good LED test battery 40. I'll actually take settings before we line up this strut.
Copy your report on the numbers. PGT settings Alpha 1 clockwise 1.
Alpha 1 clockwise 1.
Good readback.
That is set. All right. Now I'm ready to get that strut in position.
Line lower left strut M21 to the Saab spherical bearing. And on Anil side, check pip pin lanyard is free of the clevis.
And now?
I'm just checking the lanyard. See, I can help you out with...
Okay, the bolt is aligned right there. Can you hold steady there?
Holding steady.
We're ready for 4 turns, Stephanie?
Drive M21, 4 turns. You have a go.
And with that, Jessica Meir now on the left-hand side of your screen with the PGT, the pistol grip tool, the space drill, turning the bottom portion of the left lower strut to attach to the 3B mast canister as Anil Menon, more towards the now middle of your screen and right side. He is essentially holding in place the top portion of that left lower strut and holding it in place. You hear the word clevis, that groove in which the 2 pieces fit into the left lower strut, moving into the mounting bracket, the IROSA mounting bracket.
Lower strut L5 to mounting bracket L5.
So while Jessica Meir on the left is attaching the lower portion of this strut, Anil Menon just receiving instruction to now arrange that strut and properly align it into its correct configuration and now properly aligned to the mounting bracket.
Settings for your PGT, Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Is this just 2 turns here?
That's affirmative. You'll be driving M22, 2 turns. And you can hand start them, your preference.
I'm just going to hand turn them.
That's a good plan. For EV1, while EV2 is hand driving M22, get ahead PGT settings for you, Bravo 7, clockwise 2 on the strut bag PGT.
Bravo 7, clockwise 2. Right.
Good
2
readback.
turns, Stephanie.
Copy 2 turns M22. That means we are ready for EV1 to drive M21, 9 turns, driving to torque.
Copy, inward.
So the initial secured bolt turning for Jessica Meir and Anil Menon taking place. Now they're providing additional torque and security to, again, the bottom left and top left portions of the lower strut in today's build out of the 3B mast canister.
Okay, Stephanie, that was 9 turns. I've got a red light, low torque, 16.3, so I can hit it again. I do see black line is like pretty much flush, so I think we're very close.
We copy. Thanks for the report. We'd like you to drive M21 again.
Okay, that was about a quarter turn. I got a good green light. 21.8, it does say it's a good green light, so I'm assuming it needs one more hit.
Okay. Negative will go to the torque wrench, but M21, 21.8 torque, quarter turn, additional to the 9 that you got previously, green light. Go for the torque wrench. Looking for 2 breakovers with a turn count.
Approaching 3 hours and 30 minutes into today's spacewalk, US EVA 96.
TCV setting of 2.
Right now, NASA astronaut Jessica Meir with the teamwork of Anil Menon of NASA joining her on this spacewalk, currently assembling the left lower strut of today's build-out. A modification kit to the 3B power channel to help augment the 3B power channel and support the hardware of a rolling out solar array, an International Space Station rollout solar array, or IROSA. And there you can see that Jessica Meir is near the bottom of that mast canister and using the torque wrench to secure the lower portion of that strut. Anil Menon up at the top of this image is holding that topmost portion and will continue to secure his side once Jessica Meir has completed her end. But you can see the structure that has been built out quite well actually in this image. There you see the quote upper triangle just to the right side of Anil Menon, again more towards the middle right of your screen, and that is the main portion of the build, the first portion of the build. Everything else is support structures to help attach the mast canister. That is the IROSA mounting bracket, supported by 2 upper struts that have attached to the upper portion of the mast canister. Then you can see towards the bottom middle of your screen, that is the right mid strut to provide additional structural support going from the mounting bracket to the side of the canister, and then of course the right lower strut going from the top right corner all the way down to the bottom left there. So they are just repeating these procedures on the other side, the left-hand side, doing the left lower strut first. Once that is secure, they will move over to the left mid strut.
The MLI is in place.
Copy, thank you. For EV2, PGT settings are the same, Bravo 1 clockwise 2 to drive M22 to torque, an additional 5 to 7 turns.
5 to 7 turns, then M22, same PGT settings, they're set.
Jessica, with the completion of your Saab bolt checks, when you are ready, you can translate to the left side pad installation location.
Okay, copy that, Stephanie, and my TCV settings back at 4.
Copy EV1, TCV setting of 4.
And on M22, 7 turns, green light, 11.8 torque, backline flush.
Copy M22, torque 11.8, 7 turns, green light, black line flush. Stow PGT, release the RET from the lower strut.
And with that call out and releasing the RET from the lower strut, the RET is the retractable equipment tether. That is to make sure that the equipment that they are working on, in this case the left lower strut, were not to break away from their workstation. The left lower strut has now been assembled after Jessica Meir did the bottom portion and Anil Menon did the upper portion, and you just saw a great helmet cam view from Anil Menon where you saw the upper triangle build. The right side has been completed, and we go back to that camera. So that's a great view of that upper triangle. That is the IROSA mounting bracket on the near side, covering the bottom portion of your screen, with those two top struts, left and right, attaching to the top portion of the 3B mast canister. So there you can somewhat see off the left-hand side of Menon's glove, the lower left strut going from the mounting bracket all the way down the canister to the bottom left-hand portion. Jessica Meir, who is floating just off to the top of the left-hand portion of your screen in the red stripes. She has now moved her way to the mid-center pad location. What's going to happen now is that they will prepare to install the left mid-strut. Jessica will be in charge of fixing the portion that will attach the mast canister, and for Anil Menon, he will attach his side to the upper triangle and the IROSA mounting bracket. So again, the NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon continuing to proceed along with today's spacewalk procedures, now passing 3 hours and 32 minutes on in, and they continue to cruise along with today's build of 6 struts and 1 mounting bracket. So once this left mid strut is on, that will be strut 6 of 6 before moving on to their next task, which would be helping assemble cables and additional installations in preparation for that installation of an IROSA, or International Space Station Rollout Solar Array, on a future space flight.
Full length tending the side pad towards the mast canister.
Hey, doing that now.
And now the International Space Station making its way into an orbital nighttime. We've had a handful of those throughout today's spacewalk. As you see Anil Menon starting to properly line up that left mid strut now. It is a telescoping strut that expands out, so you can see him extending that mid strut, in which he will hand off the end of that to Jessica Meir.
Got a hand on the NLI. And I'll get a hand on the handrail. Okay, can you pull it toward you, actually?
Towards me, okay.
All right, we're in soft dock.
Great.
Copy soft dock, PGT settings. Jessica, with your PGT, Alpha 2, clockwise 2.
So from this view, Anil Menon, those are his hands. He is holding in place one side of the left mid strut as it is extended out, and Jessica Meir has the other end. The constructions of her pistol grip tool to help
Alpha 2, clockwise 2 is set.
connect that other end of this left mid strut to the side of the 3B mast canister.
Roger, 2 turns.
Turn.
And we go inside the point of view of Jessica Meir and her helmet cam, and there is that pistol grip tool. You can see the settings on that tool as she is
Copy 2 turns, M1.
attaching the bolts to the side of the mast canister. there you can see those settings in action, the clockwise settings, the torque settings, all radioed to Jessica Meir as she continues to work across the 4 bolts required to secure this section of the mid-left strut to that 3B mass canister.
Turns on M2.
M2, 2 turns.
Turns on M3.
Copy, 2 turns.
Actually, I did get 2
M3.
turns. I'm going to hit M3 again. It didn't. M3 did not engage, so I'm going to do 2 more.
Copy.
Now we're engaged, 2 turns.
Copy, 2 turns. M3. Drive now M1 to M4 to torque, an additional 4 to 7 turns. For EV2, align mid-strut L8 to upper strut L8.
4 to 7 turns.
EV2 has aligned L8 to L8.
PGT settings for your PGT, Bravo 1 clockwise 2 to drive M28 to torque, expecting 7 to 8 turns.
Bravo 1, clockwise 2, copy.
Hey, M1, I got 4 turns, good green light, and 3.7 torque.
M1 3.7 torque, 4 turns, green light. Good M1.
NASA astronaut Jessica Meir from her helmet camera continuing to secure the 4 bolts to attach one side of the left mid strut.
M4 was also 4 turns, good green light, 3.8 torque.
M4 3.8 torque, 4 turns, green light. Good M4 bolt.
She initially provided the initial security, so a couple of turns, 2 turns each for bolts M1 through M4. That is the 4 you see on your screen. And now she is going back around to create additional security and threading of those bolts into the side of the 3B mass canister.
M2 3.8 torque, 4 turns, green light.
28, 2 turns.
And once this is secure on the perspective of Jessica Meir, we will then transfer over to Anil Menon, who is holding the other side of this left mid strut and holding it up against its appropriate position against the IROSA mounting bracket, the International Space Station Rollout Solar Array mounting bracket. And then he will take his turn with the PGT or pistol grip tool, the space drill, to attach the other side of this left mid strut.
Actually, Ducky, that was 3.6 for M3.
Copy 3.6. Thanks for the
3.6
update.
torque.
And for EV2 M28, you can drive it to torque.
Going to torque on M28.
Stephanie, I see a good pit pin in the center, in the side pad, and I will get the MOI in place.
Copy.
Seven additional turns on M28, so a total of 9 turns on M28. Black line flush, green light 11.4, 11.9 on the torque.
M28, 11.9 torque, 9 turns total, green light, black line flush.
Confirm.
With that, I know you can still your PGT. When you both are ready, the EV2 rec can be released from the mid-strut handrail. And then you also have installed the mid-strut.
Tom, are you ready for it?
Ready for it.
So with those call-outs, you heard the 4 good bolts from the perspective of Jessica Meir, and then Anil Menon on the other side with his bolt also good. That means that the left mid-strut is now attached and constructed as a part of today's spacewalk tasks. 3 hours and 41 minutes into today's task. Now the crew will move into safety checks. They'll go back over their glove inspections, their HAP checks, their helmet absorption pads to absorb any possible risk of water inside the helmets. They'll do gauntlet checks as they have been diligently working through today's spacewalk timeline using that pistol grip tool to secure multiple bolts across 6 different struts and a mounting bracket, all a part of today's modification kit for the 3B mass canister, and attached to that canister, all in support of the future rollout of a solar array, a rollout solar array to help augment the power and provide additional power to the International Space Station. And again, we have had these glove, HAP, and gauntlet checks. Again, HAP, the helmet absorption pad, all throughout today's spacewalk.
When convenient, I'll take a glove, HAP, and gauntlet check from EV1 and EV2.
EV1, dry HAP. I see the same nominal gloves, a little bit more of the black smudging now on my right index finger as well, and some really small ones actually really on all fingertips.
Copy for EV1 nominal gloves a little more smudging, especially on the right index finger and all tips. Dry HAP. Check your gauntlets.
And sorry about that, gauntlets are down.
Thank you. Appreciate the report.
As they move through those safety procedures, temporary loss of communication and loss of signal with the International Space Station, which we will regain here shortly. It is anticipated with the handover of communication satellites. So we bring you back inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. We still have audio communication coming down from the crew as the flight team here inside the room, led by Flight Director Ronak Dave and his Momentum flight team, working through today's spacewalk procedures. To the left of Ronak is Chris Dobbins, who will support an upcoming spacewalk here in the month of August. Today's is the first of 3 this month. The next one, U.S. Spacewalk 97 on Thursday, August 13th, and then U.S. Spacewalk 98 scheduled for August 25th. So it is a busy month for astronauts inside the orbiting laboratory to journey out into the vacuum of space. Stephanie Wilson, the spacewalk communicator, was to the right of him, followed by Aki Hoshide, the Capcom, who's communicating to the other 5 members of this Expedition 75 crew. Now we return to communications and visuals from the International Space Station. This is from the helmet cam of NASA astronaut Anil Menon. He is on the very edge of the upper triangle build of today's modification kit construction.
Nominal gloves, dry HAP, gauntlets down for EV2. EV1, perform socket swap to the 2-inch rigid from your trash bag on your PGT.
York.
Anil, for the MLI, was that also for the MLI over M15 and M16?
M15, M16, A firm.
And we like the action that you're taking now. Thank you.
Stephanie, I have the 6-inch wobble off of the PG good pull test on my ret, and I'm going to go for the other one.
Copy EV1. EV2, we like the MLI, double check mounting bracket upper surface clear, and we're ready for you to egress the APFR.
Line bracket upper surface is clear.
Thank you for the report.
Egressing.
The 6-inch wobble is in my trash bag.
Copy, Jessica.
So after successful checks of the MLI, the multi-layer insulation protecting the build-out that Jessica Meir and Anil Menon just completed, Anil Menon has been given the clear to exit the articulating a portable foot restraint and begin the next tasks on today's spacewalk journey.
Non-axial loads into mid-strut while driving collar bolts. You can adjust your body position to reach the mid-strut collar. And for EV2 and adjusting the APFR, it's a roll to a foxtrot.
Rolling it to foxtrot.
So now the two NASA astronauts will dive into individual tasks. You see Anil Menon on the right-hand side. He is manipulating the portable APFR, articulating portable foot restraint, as he has just departed his position where he was locked in during the construction of today's modification kit. And now for Jessica Meir on the left-hand side, she will address and take a look at the left mid-strut collar as well as the right mid-strut collar eventually. And that will help cover up additional pieces of hardware that were recently built out by the two astronauts.
Goes with you to the cable bag in the middle layer.
Now 3 hours and 49 minutes into today's spacewalk is Meir and Menon continuing to progress well along today's timeline as they and their Expedition 75 crewmates, 272 miles orbiting above Earth and currently passing right through the midsection of Antarctica and Australia in the southern hemisphere. After egressing and beginning today's spacewalk officially at 7:33 a.m. Central Time, 8:33 a.m. Eastern, Anil Menon and Jessica Meir would make their way all the way down the starboard side of the International Space Station's truss structure, the backbone and support system of the orbiting laboratory, to the 3B channel. and mast canister, where they would take a collection of 6 struts as well as the IROSA mounting a bracket, and have since constructed all 6 of those pieces and the mounting bracket, and are now, for Jessica Meir, working on work on the left mid-strut collar. And for Anil Menon,
with the body position, it's a good position to reach the mid-strut
cleaning up
collar.
the articulating portable foot restraint, and will now begin one of the next major tasks of today's spacewalk, which is preparing the IROSA cables that need to attach for that future rollout solar array.
Was that Bravo 7 clockwise 2?
Yes, that's affirmed. Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
Okay, and I've got my BRT down. I will retrieve my PGT. And I believe we said the tab side first this time, which would be top one, M30.
That's affirmative. All good. Your PGT, tab side first, M30 to torque.
Right, I believe I have my detailer fixed. I'm headed over to the cable bag.
Copy. Nicely done.
And just a reminder that my tether is on top of your tether.
Copy.
That's okay. Just I recommend translating back the same way you come. So. Bravo 7 clockwise 2 is set.
Good settings. Drive M30 tab side to torque. About 4 to 8 turns. 4 to 5 turns.
4 to 5 turns. Hey, Stephanie. I was actually 6 turns. I got a green light and 25.3.
M30, 25.3 torque, 6 turns, green light, verified tab is rigid.
But the tab is not rigid.
Copy checking.
Bill, you see the moon to the, I'm not sure what way you're facing, but.
To my right, yeah, I see it. Thanks for the heads up. I can see a future moon base there.
See it too.
For Jessica, we'd like you to inspect the clamshell interface for FOD or interference.
Okay, copy. Don't see any FOD or interference. It looks like it's it's almost all the way to the cab on both sides, but I can still move the cab. I don't know if you can see that in my view or not. But I would say it's, it's definitely not, the two sides are not completely mated. I think I recall when the other ones, they may have been a little bit tighter, but that may have been after I did the torquing with a manual ratchet.
Copy, checking. Jessica, we appreciate your words. We'd like you to drive M30 again, same PGT settings, Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
Copy and work.
Closing in on 4 hours into today's spacewalk, U.S. Spacewalk 96, as NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon continue to work through their tasks after installing hardware that will modify the International Space Station's 3B power channel, all in preparation for the future installation of a International Space Station rollout solar array. After exiting the airlock and beginning their EVA at 7:33 a.m. Central Time this morning, they have moved to the work site, the far side of the starboard end of the International Space Station, where that 3B power channel and mast canister has resided. And from there, they took a collection of 6 struts, 3 on each side of left and right, an upper, a mid, and a lower, and have since constructed that hardware to support the International Space Station rollout solar array. And for now, Jessica Meir, you see she is currently affixing collars to the struts, as Anil Menon has since gone to retrieve now the cabling that will be required to connect those IROSAs to the International Space Station.
Check a good body position and drive M30 again.
I believe that was really well braced. I mean, I felt very secure, and I had 2 hands on the PCT, so I will repeat that.
Copy all.
Okay, that was the same thing, barely moved. I got a good green light that time, 25.6 torque, and now the cab is almost rigid. It has a tiny little bit of play in it, but it's not moving freely like it was previously.
Copy, 25.6 torque, almost rigid, checking.
If you have a heck of view right now, I can move it for you and show you, but I'm not sure if you have a view.
Thanks for the report and your work on M30. We are ready to move to M29, drive M29 to torque, 4 to 5 turns.
Torque.
A view from the helmet camera of NASA astronaut Jessica Meir as she continues to torque down or tighten down the collars on the left mid strut.
I did get a low torque that time. It's actually reading only 5.2. Red light. So I can try hitting that again, try to brace a little bit better.
Yes, we'd like you to drive M29 to torque. Anil, nice work with the cables.
And a nice update there for Anil Menon as we continue to monitor Jessica Meir's tightening of that left mid-strut collar. She will then move over to do the right mid-strut collar, part of the assembly that they did earlier on in today's spacewalk. And you heard the update on Anil Menon. He has since gone off and grab the cabling required to set up the portion of today's spacewalk that'll help the future spacewalkers connect the International Space Station rollout solar array to the space station's power systems and provide additional power to support critical station operations.
The tab side to final torque.
Okay, copy, and just wanted to give you one note before I do that. Maybe it's expected at this phase, but I do remember, like last time we did this, there was an uneven gap. Right now, it looks like there is still a gap that it's fairly even. It does look like it's a little bit more open on the M29 side. Very slightly. Definitely not the same difference as the previous one I installed.
Copy the report and appreciate the words. We are still ready to manual ratchet clockwise M30 to final torque.
Copy, I'm in manual ratchet. I'll put that in work.
I have a confirmation question when able.
We are ready.
Okay, I have the cables and I'm ready to them for my MWS. I do not need to bring the RET from the cable bag along with the AET that's holding the cables, right? I can leave the RET holding the AET and I can leave it with the cable bag.
That's a good assessment. We concur. RET stays in the bag.
Right, we use that RET for the...
Stephanie, I've got 2 pops on M30.
And with this communication, we have officially surpassed the 4-hour mark of today's spacewalk, now going in on 4 hours and 2 minutes, as Jessica Meir continuing to torque down that left mid-strut collar. And now we see the right-hand side, the view from Anil Menon's helmet cam, as he has gone off to retrieve cabling that will be used and routed by these 2 astronauts to help support the connection of the International Space Station rollout solar array during a future spacewalk.
I'm headed your way, Jessica.
All right, copy.
So to recap, these 2 have built out the entire structure and are now securing it. Jessica Meir has 1 more mid-strut collar to go. That'll be the right mid-strut collar. And then the 2 of them will get together again to start routing that cabling. A collection of 6 struts to attach a mounting bracket to the 3B mast canister have been completed. 3 on the right side, 3 on the left by Meir and Menon. And then for the IROSAs themselves, they will fly up to the International Space Station on a future cargo flight later this year, NASA's SpaceX's 35th Commercial Resupply Services mission. And it'll be a pair of IROSAs that'll help support not only just this 3B mod kit, but also the 2A power channel as well.
For M30, we'd like manual ratchet again clockwise, looking for 2 pops.
Work. Pop. Didn't turn any further, it pops right away.
Copy, no pops, no turns, but pops.
First.
Jessica, check the tab again for M30, but regardless, we will move on to M29.
Unfortunately, tab is still moving.
Copy, ready to manually drive M29 to final torque, manually drive with 2 pops.
Copy, M29.
know for the cables, the IROSA cables, there is an adjustable on the scoop, and the adjustable on the cables can go to the adjustable on the scoop.
View from the helmet cam of NASA astronaut Jessica Meir as she continues to torque down that left mid-strut collar. But if you look just over her left-hand side, you can see the orbital sunrise starting to make its way around and up and over the horizon as the International Space Station soon to be coming out of its nighttime pass. And for the space station, currently flying over the island of Tonga across the Pacific Ocean, and will soon be making its way toward the western coast of California.
Cables on the adjustable.
Copy. Nice work.
The space between each side looks fairly uniform, and I'm looking in. I've got a good view to see like the threads of the M29. So basically in that, I would say less than a centimeter space. And I can see some hollow substance. I believe that's just the locking glue, but I can see that on one side of the thread.
Jessica, thanks for the report. We think we're in a good config. We'd like photographs just so we can verify.
Jessica, I'm taking photos right now.
Okay, I can get some close-up ones. Not sure with this one how in focus they'll be, but I see a cable over my head as well.
Sorry.
We appreciate photos from both EV1 and EV2.
Copy. I'm going to get my PGT stowed first. I'm pretty sure we think we're done with it.
Are we intending to drive this again?
Checking. Set PGT to manual ratchet and stow. Sorry, set to MTR and stow.
Let me get the motor.
Okay, I took a bunch of photos from this angle.
Okay, I'll get a few from over here. Not sure if I'll be able to get any of M30, but I'll do my best.
Appreciate the effort.
We're looking for photos from different angles.
A view from the helmet camera of NASA astronaut Anil Menon as we approach 4 hours and 10 minutes into today's U.S. Spacewalk, U.S. Spacewalk 96. As Anil, just moments ago, taking some photos of the construction of the strut package that is now part and put together for today's 3B modification kit. And that is all in support of helping provide additional power to support critical station operations with the eventual rollout on this modification kit of a rollout solar array.
We see it. Checking.
So now, as Anil Menon looks at the mounting bracket, that's the view we see. The mounting bracket and upper triangle. You see the right upper strut and the left upper strut, aptly labeled as we see on our screen. Also mid struts for either side and lower struts from either side to help secure that mounting bracket safely to the side of that 3B mast canister.
Anil, good eyes. Yes, if you can adjust that side that you're pointing out, that would be great to match the other side.
And there you can see towards the left-hand side of your screen, NASA astronaut Jessica Meir with the red stripes on her spacesuit taking photos of her work. That was done for the left mid-strut collar, again helping secure all of these struts to the side of the 3B mast canister. And then she will eventually make her way around back to the right-hand side, where she will tighten down the right mid-strut collar. While Jessica was doing the left side, Anil Menon went off and grabbed the cabling that will be required to support the connections of the future rollout solar array to the International Space Station's power supply systems.
Also, Stephanie, another thing to check, I noticed that the pins for the IROSA, one of them's in the engaged, two of them are like fully deployed. I can set them to engaged if needed.
Anil, thank you for the report. We will take that forward to the IROSA team. Jessica, thank you for the photos. We're ready for you to install the collar pin in the final location.
Copy, collar pin in work. Collar pins installed.
Copy. Work now on the right mid-strut collar. Translate to the right mid-strut.
In work.
This is Mission Control Houston, and we are currently 4 hours and 12 minutes into today's spacewalk. As you just saw, Anil and Jessica took some photos of the assembly of today's 3B mod kit. Jessica just finished tightening the left mid-strut collar and now working to do the same on the right mid-strut. Anil is about to begin cleaning up the work site. Dual view here of the helmet cameras. On your left is camera on Jessica Meir's helmet. To the right is Anil's camera. The work on today's spacewalk prepares the 3B power channel for the future installation of new rollout solar arrays, or IROSA.
Outboard of the gas canister, and I just think we saw these last time. I think the suspicion was that they were the mounting glue. They're very small.
Jessica, thanks for the report. We copy.
The IROSA, or International Space Station Rollout Solar Array, that Jessica Meir and Anil Menon are preparing for will arrive to the International Space Station later this year aboard NASA's SpaceX 25th Commercial Resupply Services mission. The International Space Station is currently flying 257 statute miles over the Pacific Ocean, heading towards California.
Anil, where are you, just for my tether awareness?
I am over your left shoulder high. Your head's pointing at me. And if you happen to see my tether, you could tell me if I got it. I think it's going off to my right.
Please stand by.
But just when you get a chance.
It is between your legs again, going straight back.
I'm pretty good at that.
You are. For two.
The view you're seeing on your screen is from NASA astronaut Jessica Meir's HECA, or High Definition Extravehicular Mobility Unit camera assembly on her helmet. As mentioned, she just finished tightening the left mid-strut collar and now is making her way over to the other side, as you see her here traversing over that way to do the same on the right mid-strut.
And I see your tether. I'm crossing back over it.
Nice. Take a peek at the cable bank as you go by and see if it's fit together.
Your tether is air-led on a handrail over here on this side. I'm assuming that's not intentional?
Not intentional.
Okay, I will free that so that it'll go back to your side.
Question for Anil. We are evaluating how you might be able to get ahead. The IROSA mod kit is not yet ready for loads, and we'd like to evaluate how you feel you could reach the upper handrails on the lower strut.
I can absolutely reach the upper handrails on the lower strut.
And you feel you could do that without putting loads into it as you're doing some of the cable routing?
Absolutely.
Thanks for the info. Stand by.
And now your tether is still between your legs, of course, but it's running straight behind you to your green hook like it was previously.
That should be an easy save. I'll just do a little roll when I get out. Maybe Stephanie can remind me if she sees me getting out.
Anil, with your report, we are ready for you to start the left side cable routing. Friendly reminder, as you egress and as you've discussed, your safety tether is behind you.
See that. Thank you.
And my mistake, we believe you can do this while you are in the APFR.
I'm just taking 1 foot out.
And that works fine.
And just to be super sure, the red stripes go to the right, so I'm grabbing the left one. I'm taking off the first wire tie, and that one is going to go to the upper handrail on the left lower strut.
Yes, that's a good summary. You'll release 1 twist on the long wire tie labeled left on the cables to release each coil, and then at the alignment mark on the cable, secure in the pre-positioned wire tie on the left strut handrail with 3 twists.
A view from the helmet cam of NASA astronaut Anil Menon, as we have now reached 4 minutes and 20 seconds, or 4 hours and 20 minutes into today's US 96 spacewalk. And he is receiving instruction on the cabling that will be used to help connect the International Space Station to a futurely installed International Space Station rollout solar array. Meanwhile, you see Jessica Meir on the far right-hand side of your screen, marked by those red stripes around the pant collars, around the knee. She has moved from the left side of the 3B mass canister around to the right-hand side, and there she will further secure the right mid-strut collar to provide further stability to the structure that has been constructed by these two astronauts today. All of this a part of the 3B modification kit to the 3B mass canister located to the starboard side of the International Space Station. They constructed 6 struts and a mounting bracket, and that mounting bracket you can see in prime view of Anil Menon's helmet cameras, as we see right here. That is where the future International Space Station rollout solar array will reside. The cabling that he is currently looking to attach and begin routing to will connect that solar array to the station's power systems, and it will provide additional power to support critical station operations, including its safe and controlled deorbit. So a key structural component for the IROSA, built out today by Jessica Meir and Anil Menon.
And this tab is rigid.
Copy M26, 25.5 torque, 4 turns, green light, rigid tab. Drive M25 to torque, expecting 4 to 5 turns.
And that communication between Jessica Meir and Stephanie Wilson, the Spacewalk communicator, as she is driving, you can see her pistol grip tool, the space drill, at the far top right-hand side of your screen. That is what she is using to tighten down that right mid-strut collar.
5 turns. I got a green light and a torque of 25.5 again. And with that one, it did loosen the tab. So the tab was rigid, it's no longer rigid.
Copy M25 was 25.5 turns, 25.5 torque, 5 turns, green light. Did loosen the tab a bit. Thank you for the report. We're ready for manual ratchet for M26, driving it to final torque. Expecting 2 pops.
Good work. Manual ratchet starting with M20.
So with the drill setting now switched to a ratchet setting of the pistol grip tool, additional maneuvers for Jessica Meir to again continue to tighten down that right mid-strut collar, and there you can kind of see a zoomed out version of that full build that her and Anil Menon would complete today. In front of Anil on the left-hand side, you see the mounting bracket for the IROSA, the upper triangle that it is attached to with the 2 upper struts, and then just off the right-hand corner, if you will, bottom right corner of that upper triangle is the right lower strut, and where Jessica is currently tightening down that mid-collar is the mid-strut, and that is what they built on the right side and left side for today. And you can see in the hands of astronaut Anil Menon the cabling that will be routed here shortly, as the two have been working in tandem today for the modification kit of the 3B mass canister for the eventual installation of an rollout solar array.
Stephanie, I got about a half a turn and 2 pops.
Copy half turn, 2 pops on M26. Verified tab is rigid.
And from the helmet camera view of Jessica Meir with that pistol grip tool, you see the expansiveness of the solar array for the International Space Station up against the horizon of the Earth, as again she continues to work on that right mid-strut collar and its tightening down of the 3B mast canister.
That's a black mark.
That's what I thought. Okay, just double checking.
Just remember, you got to do the MLI first too, so if you do the mid one, we don't have to do that MLI.
Copy that.
Incredible view down the solar array right now.
And NASA astronaut Jessica Meir relaying exactly what we were just looking at as well. The look down the space station's solar arrays facing Earth as she continues to tighten down that right mid-strut collar.
Okay, and Stephanie, I'm on M20. I just did M25. Do you want me to go back to M26 and do the manual ratchet again? Or do it again on M25?
We would like the tab side again.
Okay, in work.
Four hours and 26 minutes into today's spacewalk as NASA astronaut Jessica Meir continuing to tighten down that right mid-strut collar. And then you heard communication about MLI. That is a multi-layer insulation, that protective covering that will protect the hardware that the two NASA astronauts have just put together. That provides protection to areas of the station that are exposed to space, both thermal and micrometeoroid.
Now you can drive M25 to final torque, expecting 2 pots.
Okay, we did do that once already, but you want 2 more?
Checking.
We got
30 seconds to a handover. Jessica, we're in a good config. You can stow your PGT, set it to motor, and install the collar pin in the final location.
North?
And with that communication, that right strut mid collar has been successfully tightened down. And instructions that NASA astronaut Jessica Meir can now put to the side her pistol grip tool as we have an expected loss of signal with the International Space Station, but should be acquiring it here in the next couple of seconds. We bring you back inside Mission Control Center here in Houston, Texas at NASA's Johnson Space Center in the International Space Station Flight Control Room, led by Flight Director Ronak Dave, talking with his team, with Stephanie Wilson to his right, the Spacewalk communicator, and Aki Hoshide, the Capcom for today's events for Anil Menon. And for Aki Hoshide, he has been talking to the other remaining 5 members of the Expedition 75 crew. So to recap, that Meir and Menon have constructed all 6 struts and the mounting bracket on the 3B mass canister as part of the modification kit for the International Space Station, and will now begin routing IROSA cabling to help start the beginning of a setup for that initial or that future installation of an International Space Station rollout solar array.
Pin is installed on the mid-collar.
Copy, pip pin installed. We have you now working on the right and left side MLI on the mid-strut.
Okay, so EV2 is go to start on the left side MLI.
And that's a
EV1's in work.
And there you can see as we've regained communication and video from the outside of the International Space Station, that Jessica Meir on the left with the red stripes on the back of her portable life support system. is working that multi-layer insulation. It was pulled back so she had access to that collar that she had been tightening up. Now she is since going to unfurl it and cover back up that hardware to again protect it from thermal and micrometeoroids. And then she will eventually make her way back over to the left-hand side and unfurl those MLIs or multi-layer insulation coverings to protect that portion of today's construction. We have just crossed over the 4-hour and 30-minute mark of U.S. Spacewalk 96, and everything going to plan. In fact, they just made an update that they are a little ahead of schedule now as we continue to check off today's procedure and task list. Anil Menon just off to the right-hand side. You see his feet. He is holding on to the IROSA cabling as Jessica Meir continues to use the multi-layer insulation to wrap up that right mid-strut. And then again, we'll move back over to the left-hand side. She's been covering some ground from right to left and back again, and cover up that left mid-strut as well.
That's affirmative, yes, and fold it over around the collar. And while I have you, PET, 4 hours, 30 minutes, 5 minutes ahead on the timeline, limiting consumable, EV2 MEDOX, 7 hours, 19 minutes.
Copy.
All right, Jessica, I'm done translating.
Okay, I'm still in place. I'm wrapping this, getting some first wraps on this MLI.
EV1 and EV2, as you work the MLI, you have our concurrence to use the long wire ties as needed.
You want? Definitely just shy of the bolt, but I think I'm going to be able to get it over. Yep, I got it over on this side.
Translating. Done translating.
Copy.
Point of view from NASA astronaut Jessica Meir's helmet camera as she continues to wrap up that mid-strut with MLI or multi-layer insulation to protect it from the thermal extremes of space as well as any micrometeoroid. And again, she will be working from she is currently working on the right mid-strut. And then we'll also be able to wrap up that left mid-strut as well. And then both her and NASA astronaut Anil Menon will move into the International Space Station rollout solar array cable routing. And that is what we have seen images of Anil Menon holding in his hands, that cable bundle. So as soon as Jessica completes this task, that'll be up next for today's spacewalk, as we are now 4 hours and 35 minutes into U.S. Spacewalk 96. And currently Menon alongside with Meir and their additional 5 crewmates of Expedition 75 are orbiting over the northern portions of Quebec, Canada at 262 miles above Earth.
Hallelujah. Just made it.
And again, another great view from the helmet cam of NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, and she mentioned it earlier, just moments ago, about having a great view looking down the solar arrays towards Earth as her and NASA astronaut Anil Menon continuing to work the multi-layer insulation wrap around the mid-struts. Meir is currently working on the right side mid-strut, and Menon, just across her field of view, is working on the left-hand side, together in tandem, to cover up that mid-strut and protect it before eventually moving into the rollout solar array cable routing that will be needed once those solar arrays arrive on station. Those will arrive as a part of NASA's SpaceX 35th Commercial Resupply Services mission later this year. It'll be a 2-pack of sorts of the solar arrays. That'll be the 7th and 8th collection. The 7th one will be a part of the 2A power channel, and that EVA most recently was completed back on March 18th, 2026. That was U.S. Spacewalk 94 EVA, extravehicular activity. That was done by Jessica Meir and Chris Williams, completing the work of Nicole Ayers and Ann McLean, who started that modification build for that 2A channel back in May of 2025. But today, these two going the distance from start to finish of the full build out of the structure, 6 total struts and the mounting bracket. They are covering up the collars and insulation for extra security, and we'll prepare again for those IROSA cable routings here momentarily.
How about now?
They still fold outwards. They're not rolling around. I almost feel like I could just cruise over there and collapse them after this, or if you can roll around the corner, you can see it a little bit better. It's kind of.
I think, not sure if this part was supposed to be under. There we go. Getting closer. Okay, are you stationary right now? I'm going to release my DRT so I can move around a little and try to see those.
I am stationary.
Yeah, I'm translating.
You're translating.
For EV1 and EV2, we are turning your HECAs off from the ground to manage temperatures. We will turn them back on when needed for the HECA scans upcoming.
V1. All right, what do you think now, Anil?
I think it's fantastic.
Okay. Stephanie, my MLI is complete. I've squished it down in all the areas. I can't see any metal showing, and Anil evaluated from his side that there are no gaps.
And we copy. Right side MLI complete. Nice work. We'll have Anil to continue the left side, and then we'll do the HECA scans.
I'm going to translate. Is that okay?
Go ahead, I'll remain still.
Okay.
Communications with Stephanie Wilson, Spacewalk communicator, up to the crew of NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon during today's spacewalk, that they have turned off their helmet cameras to monitor temperatures. Meanwhile, Jessica replied down that she has completed her MLI multi-layer insulation security around the right mid strut of today's 3B modification kit against the 3B canister that is going to support the structure that will ultimately hold the 3B IROSA on the mounting bracket. And for Anil Menon, he has since translated. He has gone a little out of view, most likely down to the bottom right-hand side. You can see some commotion, but he is wrapping up the insulation, the multi-layer insulation of the left side strut.
Give me one rotation, and then it's all you.
Okay.
It'll take 5 seconds.
All right, Meir. I just see one more strap to tighten on the further end away from me. I'll do that. I can also do that later.
Okay, go for it.
Okay.
And Jessica, you might be working on this, but before we lost the HECA view, we saw some blousing on the MLI around the collar bolts. So if you're able to, we'd like you to squish that down.
Exactly what I'm working on right now.
Excellent.
Approaching 4 hours and 45 minutes into today's U.S. Spacewalk 96, as NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon continue to wrap up the multi-layer insulation of the right and left mid-struts. Meir has recently completed the right-hand side, and Menon is also operating and securing the left-hand side. We've temporarily lost communications and video from the International Space Station, but that is to be expected with the communications handover between satellites. So we bring you back inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room as Momentum Flight Team, led by Flight Director Ronak Dave, overseeing today's EVA activities. He is being joined on the Flight Director console by Chris Dobbins, who will be up next for the next spacewalk for NASA, and that'll be U.S. Spacewalk 97 for Thursday, August 13th, and that is where Dobbins will oversee 2 astronauts replacing a communication antenna on the International Space Station called the Space to Ground Antenna, or you'll hear the term SGANT, Space to Ground Antenna, a little smushing of the two. And that is a critical communication system of the space station used by NASA to transmit data, and the antenna enables high-speed communications between Mission Control Center in Houston and the orbiting laboratory.
The one in your hand right now is the one going towards me. Okay. And then there's one that is...
This one right here? Oh.
That's not the tab. It's very close to your index finger on your right hand. So there you go, you got it.
Okay.
Just pull that one down.
This way?
Yes, that way.
Okay.
Now the other one, unfortunately, is kind of underneath there, so you might have to get it out first.
Like fish it out?
Yeah.
Okay, let me see if I...
But if you squish, with the one that you have right now, if you squish, you might be able to close that gap. That tie that I can see is right there by your... That's it. You see it?
Yeah. Which way does it go?
I think it goes toward you. But that part on top still needs to squish together.
Okay.
So if you can get it, yeah, right there lower, that will work.
Okay. Like that?
Yep. In doing that, you expose a little bit just distal. You see there's another strap that's on my side. You pull that down.
This one?
Yeah, and I think before you do that,
Yeah.
see those flaps? I think they were the same ones I had. They're sticking up on the other side.
Uh-huh.
I think those are supposed to go, no, other direction.
Oh.
Yeah, on the other side, not towards the mounting bracket, towards the mass canister.
Okay. I see.
There's two flaps, and I think they're supposed to go underneath that piece with the tie.
This piece with the tie?
That's the piece with the tie.
Okay.
And just towards the mass canister from there, if you can fold those.
These two?
Yes.
Okay, and they go under here.
I think so. And the other one, too. If you get the other one, it'll close that gap. It's right underneath your right hand.
I see it.
That's it.
Great directions. Okay.
There you go. Now, if you wrap that around, I think you'll be closed. Okay, that's a good squish there. Now, if you can get that tie that's going across the top toward you.
This one?
Yep. Pull that toward you. The other direction. Across the top toward your mini workstation.
Okay, like that?
Yep. And if you can just do a squish with the corner that's all the way on my side, so the edge, basically the very edges at the end, if you can squish those in, then I think you're good.
Right here?
Yep. Perfect.
Okay. How's that look?
Looks pretty good.
Great.
Yeah. I can see a tiny little gap between those two folds. If you can do one more squish, I think you'll get it with your other hand.
Okay, moving the other hand in place.
Bring your other hand on the top part there and squish it down.
Like that?
Yeah.
This is like blind MLI.
I know.
I think the NDL training should be with just the blindfold.
Yeah.
Okay. How's that looking?
It looks pretty good, but you're spinning around, so watch your back.
Okay.
So spin back towards the mouse canister with your legs, because your breast is right next to that, the part that sticks out of all those connectors.
I'm going to rotate this way. Is that okay?
Which way?
Feet towards inboard.
A-firm.
Like this.
A-firm.
Okay. I'm not tracking my tether either. Do you see it?
Tether is under move your left foot back. And now it's between your legs. You lift your right foot up and put it behind. There you go. You got it.
Okay. All right. I think we're good.
I think we're good too. Stephanie, I think we're ready for the HECA scan.
We're going to do the cables first.
And actually, nice work, both of you, on the MLI. From here, we would like each of you to work to route the cables on each of your sides, and then we'll come back and get the full HECA scans.
Copy. So it looks like you did this first one, Anil?
Yeah. There's a chance that the next tie, you might have to take out two ties. I study it super hard, but it almost looked like the next tie you need is buried.
I see that. Shouldn't be. I think it's just the way the wire tie is right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're good.
Okay. Good.
On EP1 app on 8, 7, 11.
So this is not in the right config. Let's see.
Dual camera views from NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon. Meir on the left-hand side, just outside of the right, mid, and lower strut, working alongside in tandem with Menon on the right-hand side of your screen, and he is working on the left side of the 3B modification kit that has since been constructed by the two NASA astronauts. They have the cabling that they are currently routing through, and this cabling will support the connection of a future IROSA, or International Space Station Rollout Solar Array, that will help provide additional power to support critical station operations. We are 4 hours and 50 minutes into today's spacewalk, US EVA 96, the sixth of the career of Jessica Meir. And again, her view on the left-hand side, and the first spacewalk for NASA astronaut Anil Menon. And you can see his point of view on the right.
I'm translating it now.
Okay, I'll stay still. Tell me when I'm go to move.
I'm going to be in position here working on this wire tie so you can translate as needed.
Okay, I'm translating.
And let me know when I can translate.
Almost there. Okay, go ahead and translate.
To confirm, because I don't remember the other cables looking exactly like this last time. So I have one last loop here, and it reaches to the large handrail, and right in front of that handrail are the two sets of connectors, both mated. So there's two sets of connectors with the wing tabs, both mated together, correct?
Yeah, but I defer to ground.
Copy, Jessica. That's a good config.
Okay, copy. I'm going to grab another wire tie, and I'll get it on the long handrail. And I think this one will work with a short wire tie. I'm going to use a short one if that's okay, Stephanie.
Short is good. Either short or long will work.
Approaching 4 hours and 55 minutes into today's spacewalk. as NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon continuing to route IROSA cabling in and around the 3B canister, around mass canister, that will support the power connections for a future installation of an IROSA, or International Space Station Rollout Solar Array. Jessica Meir can be seen on the left-hand side with those red stripes around her knee as EV1 and current commander of the International Space Station, currently operating in her 6th spacewalk of her NASA career. As for Anil Menon on the right-hand side, it is his very first spacewalk after just arriving on not all that long ago, a little more than 20 days ago, after launching back on July 14th from the Baikonur Cosmodrome as a part of his Soyuz MS-29 team. And as for Jessica Meir, she would arrive to station after launching on February 13th as a part of NASA's SpaceX's Crew 12 mission. And as mentioned, the current International Space Station commander, this is her 3rd spacewalk of her current mission, and again, 6th of her overall career.
Okay, that wire tie is in place on the long handrail.
Copy, right side. Cable installed on the long handrail.
How would you like to do the HECO scan, Stephanie?
Checking. Jessica, Hackers are on for the scan. As much as possible, verify for the right and the left MLI that everything is closed, snug to the struts, no visible metal through the MLI, and that the mounting bracket upper surface is clear.
Okay, I'm starting on the mass canister side. Hopefully you have a good view. I'm looking directly at the cable, moving around a little bit. I can see it on the long handrail. I see good MLI on the side pad. I see good MLI all the way up. I don't see any gaps or any metal.
That's NASA astronaut Jessica Meir providing an update on her current status of the IROSA cable routing, as well as the multi-layer insulation that is currently securing around the right mid-strut of today's build-out of the 3B mass canister modification kit.
See that the mounting bracket is clear. Coming back again with the long handrail to give you a view all the way down it. Then I can see no side. I see it all covered up. There's a tiny little gap on the mounting, kind of between the mounting bracket and the mass canister at the distal end, opposite of the bolt side, but I don't see any metal.
Copy all. Checking.
We have now hit the 5-hour mark of today's spacewalk, U.S. Spacewalk 96, with NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon. That is Meir on your left from our vantage point, upside down, with Menon also to her right,
Jessica, thanks for the scan
as the two
and for
continue
the
to work
words.
through the IROSA
Once,
cable routing
Anil's
on the
complete working
3B
that
mast
cable routing, you're doing
canister.
a nice job. And
Together, over these past 5 hours, these two have built an entire modification structure to add onto that 3B modification canister.
Get eyes on the last bit that you mentioned that has some blousing, and we'll try to cinch that down. Meanwhile, I can take a glove, hat, and gauntlet check from you.
Like a good plan. My hat is dry. Glove. Still nominal. Gauntlets are down.
Nominal gloves, dry hat, gauntlets down. 1 minute to a handover.
As we follow along with today's spacewalk, there you can see off into the distance NASA SpaceX's Crew 12 Dragon spacecraft that is just off to the side, as again NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon working on the very edge of the starboard side of the International Space Station, and a great view looking upward into space along the solar array panels, as the two astronauts have constructed a modification kit that includes 6 struts and 1 mounting bracket to support the future installation of an International Space Station rollout solar array.
On the
And we welcome you back inside the Space Station flight control room here in Mission Control Houston, as we are experiencing a handover in communication satellites, and we'll bring you back those views from the International Space Station and the cameras on the exterior or the orbiting lab, as well as the helmet cams from each astronaut. Flight Director Ronak Dave overseeing today's Momentum flight team, alongside with Stephanie Wilson to his right, the spacewalk communicator. And Aki Hoshide, today's Capcom, communicating with the other 5 members of the Expedition 75 crew, including NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway, ESA astronaut Sophie Adno, and Roscosmos cosmonauts Andrei Fedyaev, Pyotr Dubrov, and Anna Kikina.
With 3 twists.
confirmed.
While we wait for KU for Anil's HECA scan, Jessica, we would like you to cinch down the 2 adjustables that are on the mounting bracket side that are on the scoop holding the cable. We'd like you to take out the slack.
Okay, copy.
You're translating. I'll hold.
Copy.
And this will help keep the cables from hitting the keel pin and staying outside of the rotation envelope. Anil, we're ready for your HECA scan. Similar report as Jessica. Verify in the view, and per your words, MLI closed, snug into the struts, no metal visible through the MLI, mounting bracket, upper surface clear from your side.
Stay firm on all. MLI is snug. I don't see any metal visible. Would you like me to translate down and the HECA across?
And both of those adjustables are fully tightened.
Copy, 2 adjustables tightened. And yes, if you could translate down as well.
I'll stop moving.
Okay, doing a slow translate.
Go to translate.
Translating.
So now that gap is closed now that I saw.
Good. I'll take a look at your side just to be sure.
One thing you can do actually, see that the part that's just for the mounting bracket from the bolt, if you could push it up the other side, opposite side, the bolt side.
Right here?
Yeah.
Oh, I see this?
Yes.
It needs to tuck or something, doesn't it?
That's closing it right now. Move your hands for a second. Completely closed right now. I would leave it like that.
Okay. Okay.
Does mine look closed from your side as well?
Does. Yeah.
Great.
Houston copies the report and the scans for the HECA for the MLI on both sides. We are doing a quick double check, and then we will send Jessica off to start working on the strut bag.
You want? I'm going to translate the other direction.
I'm off of the strut. Oh, I see. You're just planning ahead. I see.
Yeah, all right. Well, I want to see if I could translate on the strut now, and I can, because you're off it.
We are happy with the config. As a final step, we'll have EV2 double check the MLI near the center pad, and we'll have EV1 start towards the bag cleanup.
Copy, it works.
Just going to go double check. Looks like when I translated over it, I could have unbunched some of it.
Coming up on 5 minutes and 5 hours and 10 minutes into today's US EVA 96 as NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon receiving instructions for their next tasks. As Anil Menon, labeled EV2, will continue to inspect some of the MLI, the multi-layer insulation surrounding the struts, and namely the center pad of the 3B modification kit that has been installed by the 2 astronauts here today. And then for EV1, which is Jessica Meir, she has been assigned to begin the strut bag and cable bag cleanup, as the 2 have had quite the eventful day today, taking a modification kit that consisted of 6 struts and a center mounting bracket, building together an upper triangle and then attaching that triangle to the 3B mass canister, and then helping with additional security to a mid strut and lower strut, both on the right and left sides. They would also secure a collar on either side of the mid strut, left and right, and together the two of them would also make sure the MLI, again, multi-layer insulation, would properly wrap all of that hardware that has just recently been added on to that 3B mass canister.
For EV2 MLI check, we'd like you to double check the center pad attached to the mass canister area.
And as Anil Menon is checking that MLI on that center pad, as we see from his helmet camera, we also see the cabling that both he and Jessica Meir would route through this modification kit in preparation for the arrival and eventual installation of an International Space Station rollout solar array that'll provide additional power to support critical space station operations.
I'm over here at the strap bag. So, Stephanie, do I have a go to try to start packing it?
Checking.
We'll take the HECA inventory and then we go to pack.
And yes, Jessica will take the HECA scan as the inventory, and then you can begin folding.
Okay, in work. Would you like me to read it to you? It might be easier than the scan given my body orientation right now.
Checking. We would like to see the APFR tools. So HECA would be great if you can give it to us.
Okay. I can see the APFR collar wrench. There's only one that we had in here. The other APFR tool was in the cable bag. There it is, right in front of my HECA right now. The APFR wrench, not the collar wrench. Sorry, the collar wrench is in the cable bag, and the wrench is right here on a with an adjustable. Other than that, I see two small reps on hook 11. I see a large small connected to a small on hook hotel. And I see two large smalls on hook golf. And I see two large smalls on foxtrot.
Jessica, thank you for the report. That is a good inventory. You can start closing up the bag.
And are you able to see from the HECA there, the mass canister?
And it will take a verbal.
Yes, it is well covered. I can take some photos too.
Anil, thanks for the report. No photos needed. That's a verbal report. That's good. We are ready for you to translate to your green hook to retrieve it from handrail 2026 and then
Still in the green.
en route to the cable bag.
All right, moving to the green hook.
Yes, and sorry, it's a handrail 2029. When convenient, I'll take a glove, hap, and gauntlet check from you.
Checking. Gloves look good, nominal. Map is dry. Now let's slow down. Hey,
Copy
Jessica,
now.
how do you want me to navigate this? I should actually go. This way, right?
Yeah, you should go toward the way that your green hook is, the other side. unless you're coming to this side to help, but I don't think I think I'm going to be able to do it per the plan.
Great.
5 hours and 16 minutes into today's spacewalk, U.S. Spacewalk 96 with NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon. And you just heard communications between those two and the ground here at Mission Control Houston. And NASA's Johnson Space Center is the two working together to start the cleanup process, if you will, of their work site as they have built out a modification kit to the 3B mass canister. A collection of 6 struts, a lower, mid, and upper strut for both the left and right sides, all to support what is going to be an IROSA mounting bracket that will hold an International Space Station rollout solar array. And now that solar array will be installed on a future EVA and will be flown up to the International Space Station along with another pair of solar arrays. Another set of solar arrays for the 2A power channel. So today completes the modification kit necessities for the International Space Station. And the only ones needing that modification with a solar array will be the 2A power channel, which was completed back on March 18th by Jessica Meir alongside NASA astronaut Chris Williams. And then with Meir, you see on your screen right there with the red stripes around her spacesuit, she and now Anil Menon working together to work out this modification kit.
It looks nominal. It is just going to your right side. It's in front of you.
Great.
The 1 alpha mod. Obvious. Just on the way back. Correct. Can't really do it at the
As you can see on your screen, both Anil Menon and Jessica Meir working through the cleanup process as they are working to stow the strut bag that carried out the 6 struts and IROSA mounting bracket to today's work site. They brought them out with them when they departed the Quest airlock and officially began their spacewalk today at 7:33 a.m. Central Time, 8:33 a.m. Eastern Time. And now 5 hours and 18 minutes into today's spacewalk, that cleanup process has begun. That strut bag, which carried struts 8 feet long and a full mass of 330 pounds out to the work site, is going to feel a little bit lighter as they clean up, as those 6 struts and mounting brackets have been installed. The multi-layer insulation wrapping up the hardware to protect it from the harsh conditions of space, and then securing all bolts and tethers as necessary in the process. And the two now again continuing that cleanup with the strut bag, and they will add it to the cable bag that was also brought out for today's hardware.
On my mini workstation, so I'm going to release the left side so that I can fold that in.
Houston copies.
Hey, green hooks up.
Copy EV2, green hookup.
The bag is somewhat folded, definitely not as beautiful as it was inside, but I'm going to translate over towards the cable bag and see if we can stuff it in like this.
Okay, and I can assist.
Yeah, I think given the timing, that would be perfect. If ground agrees. Right.
We concur with the plan.
Okay, I got
No.
this side down. Just be real directive, and I'll try to, keep the bag where you need it.
Okay, I think actually, can you pass me the ret?
Here's a ret.
There's a ret right here. It looks like I can take this one.
Okay.
And before placing the strap bag into the cable bag, we'd like to verify in the cable bag PGT, torque wrench, wire tie caddy.
I can verify PGT, torque wrench. I got eyes on the wire tie caddy.
Excellent, thank you. Proceed.
All right, and now here's what I think we should do. I have the cable, the strap bag is now ready to the cable bag.
Okay.
So I think if you can reach over with your left hand and stand by 1 second, I'm going to get the hook off me. Okay. Reach over with your left hand, grab it, that edge, right down here. Yep, pull that over to you. That's the bottom.
Okay.
And stand by. Can you try to smush it down?
Okay.
I have a hand on this side. I think we're in there if we can get the lid over.
This side is popping out a little bit. I think I can fix that. Give me a few seconds.
Oh, okay, now my side's out.
Okay.
Hey, can you see, I'll hold this edge. Can you see this stuff up here? Can you tuck that down?
Now, try.
I got this side. Can we get the lid over? Keep a hand on it.
I'm going to double pinch the tree area, and I'm going for the lid.
I've got a hand on it, and I've got a hand underneath the bag.
Okay.
I'm going to let go because it'll pop out if I do.
Okay, that's good. I'm going to try to close the B side without popping it out.
Five hours and 25 minutes now into today's spacewalk as NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon placing the strut bag inside of the cable bag as a part of today's cleanup activities after constructing a modification kit to the 3B canister, mass canister on the far starboard side of the International Space Station today, and that canister, or that modification kit, supporting the IROSA mounting bracket.
Okay, very close. You can just keep this
I got the Velcro down on this side.
Nice job. Okay. We can try to fix this side.
Can you get the front Velcro first? That might help. Wait, hold on, stand by. The hooks have popped out on your side of the 2 hooks.
What 2 hooks?
Right here.
I say we just lock them on to the outside.
Okay, that's fine. They're up. Yep. I also have these wire ties that have the whiff on it that we could use. I'll pull the lid down. The torque wrench is popping out above your right hand.
I see it. Okay. Let's get these hooks down. Hook down. Now the more you can like find some extra.
So actually, look, I think we might be able to get this Velcro if you move that hook.
Okay.
Can you pull that tab or pull here? Squeeze the tab.
That's the limit. I need an assist of somehow.
What if you take the wire tie that's right in front of me and loop it through the tab?
Okay, I'll do that. Great idea.
Continuing to follow along with today's spacewalk, U.S. Spacewalk 96, as NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon continuing to work through their cleanup tasks as they have taken the strut bag that carried out 6 struts and 1 mounting base, 8 foot long, weighing 330 pounds, out to the 3B mast canister to construct a modification kit.
Can you get that other Velcro? No?
No, because pushing it. I think let's get this first.
Okay. What can I do?
Rotate it.
It's pulled way too far over here, I think, for you to reach it now.
True.
It'll loop itself.
Yeah.
If you, what if you got that wire part of the tab? Yep, exactly what I was going to say. That will keep it closed. Just remember, we have the strap that goes over the top.
Wait, can you just keep it stable for 1 sec?
Okay.
Then I can finish this and then.
Got it.
EV1 and EV2, nice work working with this bag. We realize it's a lot of work. We'd like EV2 to pause for CO2 data.
Okay, pause. I'm pausing. Jessica, you can finish that, I think.
Yeah, I think it's done. Can't reach it right now with your head there, but
I mean, it's 1 twist.
Yep.
I think it'll stay. Okay, just put 1 more twist, Stephanie. There we go. All right, pausing.
The only concern is just to look at it if the torque wrench could come out. Are you there?
I am there. I'm looking at the torque wrench. It honestly feels pretty wedged, but you could.
What we could do is, once we release that rep that's on the handrail, you can stretch it across the top to the. There's a D-ring on the top.
Yeah.
There's also that handle that we use.
This rep right here?
Yep.
Somebody just give it to you. You've got 3 reps down, right?
Well, the hook's on your side. I can't reach that hook from here. I think if we snug that a little bit. So remember how we had that left strap over the top?
Mm-hmm.
If you can get that left strap back over, or if I can after you move, I will keep the torque wrench in. Which strap was that?
Right here, I'm pointing to it.
Okay, where's it hooked to?
It's hooked to that loop that the wire tie goes through.
Oh, so is that helping?
No, you can unhook it and get it over the top.
Okay, so the top would be toward you, right there where your left hand is.
All right, I'll just wait until we balance out.
All good. I think that should keep the torque wrench in and we'll be good.
If you have bandwidth to loosen it, and it'll make it easier for me when I have to admit, but maybe you can't reach it.
Stephanie, and we're kind of holding right here. Would you like me to get started on the APFR relocate while Anil's waiting?
Yes, we are ready for that. 20 seconds to a handover.
APFR is going to wish 29.
Concur clocking of 6.
Communications with NASA astronaut Jessica Meir with the teams on the ground in Mission Control Houston in the International Space Station Flight Control Room, as we are now experiencing a communications handover between satellites, and we'll return to communications and visuals from the International Space Station here momentarily. We are now 5 hours and 32 minutes into today's spacewalk, US EV-896, which has been successful up until this point, in which both Jessica Meir and Anil Menon have completed the construction of the hardware of a modification kit that has been attached to the 3B mast canister on the far outskirts of the starboard side of the International Space Station, and that mast canister supporting an IROSA mounting bracket that will later hold on to an IROSA itself, an International Space Station rollout solar array, and that will hold that and be unfurled at a later EVA. They have since covered up all the cabling and routed a lot of cabling, the MLI, the multi-layer insulation, protecting all of the new hardware that they have just installed, and now working through their cleanup procedures. They just took the strut bag, which was at the time of the start of the EVA, 8 foot long, and has since been broken down and condensed, so much so that it can be folded into the cable bag. They did a quick inventory of the tools inside of that cable bag and are now making their way to the next steps of their cleanup process, which Jessica Meir just mentioned that she will be a part of the APFR relocation. Well, that is the articulating portable foot restraint that has been used throughout today's spacewalk. And there you see a great view of it as we reestablish communication with the International Space Station, and that functions as a standing plate that the crew members can snap their boots into to lock themselves into place and provide a hands-free, stable position for complex tasks like today, being able to use that foot plate to leverage body position in the construction of that modification kit.
And for EV1, EV2, we're just waiting a couple more minutes for additional data passes.
Two copies.
One. I'm at the APFR, and I'm going to got on it. Stephanie, I'm going to work on releasing it.
Copy.
So with the relocation of the APFR, Jessica Meir, whose cameras we are seeing live from now, she just disconnected that APFR from the WITH-X, and again used in today's spacewalk to help extend the worksite space and reach of NASA astronaut Anil Menon, as they were constructing the 6 struts and mounting bracket, for the future IROSA rollout solar array, that is, on the 3B power channel.
then we can consider doing APFR protection.
So right now, after the APFR, again, articulating portable foot restraint relocation, the WIFX worksite interface extender next up on Jessica Meir's task list.
Stephanie, I think this is in hockey, what they call the penalty box.
And copy that. And we are just taking an additional look at your CO2 data. It's looking in a way odd to us, and so we just want to make sure we have good data and we're interpreting it correctly.
No worries. I was just joking, of course. If you need any, symptomatology, I feel fine from a medical perspective, doctor.
And we copied. That's good information. Thank you. APFR and WIF 29, clocking of 6. Rest of the settings, Fox, Fox 12.
Copy. The APFR is in WIF 29, a clocking of 6. I've got a good pull twist test black on black.
Copy, black on black, good pull twist.
Could you give me the rest of those settings again, please?
Yes, absolutely. It's triple foxtrot, Fox, Fox, Fox 12.
Okay.
Break. Warning. PM says CO2 sensor bad.
Copy, EV2, CO2 sensor bad.
All switches towards me. Gauge is the green.
Copy, all switches towards you. And say again, suit pressure reading from the gauge and a HAP check.
It's in the green, half is dry.
In the green, HAP dry.
4.2.
Copy, 4.2.
Want to take a look at your cup checklist while we're doing this, Anil? I can walk you through it.
Yep.
Will the ID walk you through it, actually, like we planned?
Yes, and we are checking the steps, and with that, periodically monitor physical condition with the CO2 sensor failed.
Got it. Page 26. And I'll monitor physical conditions, understand it's just a sensor issue.
Good readback and good page 26.
Stephanie, I have the APFR in 12 Fox 12. So it is all set. Good full twist test. Black on black. Would you like me to get the WIFX to expedite getting in or pause here?
Got no water or symptoms.
Copy.
Yes, Jessica, we would like you to pick up the WIFX for the rest of this EVA. For Anil, for EV2, we would like you to retrieve the cable bag. We would like you to translate in towards the airlock. And per the cuff checklist for CO2 sensor bad, continue to monitor your symptoms.
Copy that.
I'm going to pick up that cable bag and I'm going to go indoors.
It's a good readback.
Double check the ingress status.
Jessica, additional checks for the APFR. Can you verify ingress aid stowed low profile against the boot plate?
Confirm.
Thank you.
EV2 to wait.
5 hours and 42 minutes into today's Spacewalk. Communications radioed up from the ground here at NASA's Mission Control Center in the International Space Station Flight Control Room as Jessica Meir and Anil Menon winding down U.S. Spacewalk 96 for Meir, wrapping up the relocation of the articulating portable foot restraint and the WIFX, the worksite interface extender. As for Anil Menon, going over his CO2 gauges, and he will begin making his way back to the Quest airlock. He will bring the cable bag in tow, which recently just had the
pitch knob on that APFR. It seemed to go in nominally when I returned it to the lock position at Foxtrot. It took some extra pressure to get it all the way to lock. It is all the way in lock, but it was a little bit sticky in that very last mode.
And we copy. Thanks for the information.
And again, that communication from NASA astronaut Jessica Meir as she continues to wrap up and clean up today's spacewalk activities, as her and NASA astronaut Anil Menon have completed the build out of a modification kit to the 3B mast canister on the far starboard side of the International Space Station that will support the rollout of an IROSA, an International Space Station rollout solar array.
Jessica, while you're placing the WIFX on your BRT, we have an inspection that we would like you to perform as you are translating inboard. With the bundle of joys that both of you guys had going in, it's possible that the strap bag could have contacted the 1A BGA on the way to the work site. We would like you to inspect the 1A mod kit on your way back inboard.
Okay, copy. On A, so you give me the location of that. That's S what again? There's the next one over from here. You can see it right now. One bay over.
And it's S4, same side as 3 Bravo, and it's the lower struts to the mass canister that we're interested in.
Okay, copy.
And some additional instruction given to astronaut Jessica Meir to take a quick look at the 1A mast canister. And she will translate or transition back towards the Quest airlock and actually move past that 1A mast canister to allow for additional inspection. Meanwhile, her partner in this EVA today, astronaut Anil Menon, is wrapping up his day, bringing the cable bag, which has the strut bag inside, with him, and is making his return towards the Quest airlock. We have just crossed over 5 hours and 45 minutes in today's spacewalk.
I'm feeling great. Another day in paradise.
Awesome. That's good to hear. Thank you.
All right, cable bag is up. It's on the DRT, and I'm headed in.
And standby one.
Copy all?
And now I just want to make sure I can get this WIFX back up. DRT slipped a bit down, so a little bit out of my reach. But if I turn, I might be able to get it. But I'll make sure I can before leave.
Yeah, good call. You want me to start coming outboard?
I think I got it. Standby one.
I've got a good visual on it.
I've got it now.
Okay. Nice job. Your waist tether.
I see it, yeah.
Yep. You can pick it up. Oh, there you go. Doing good, Stephanie. Cap's dry.
Copy dry, happen, feeling good.
Jessica, you want me to start heading in?
I'm good, yeah. Go for it. Right behind you. Hey, Stephanie, I'm going to pick up my green hook.
That's affirmed. We'd like you to pick it up en route, handrail 2042. Plan is still for you to install the WIFX into the port Zeta cart with 2.
Copy. And Stephanie, I've got my green hook back on my red wheel. Ready to come in.
Copy green hook on red wheel, and a friendly reminder about the inspection of the 1A mass canister.
See, 1A. And so, like, sure that we're clear, the mass canister on the same side as this or the opposite side?
It is on the same side.
Okay, copy.
Doing good, Stephanie. Dry out.
Copy dry, feeling good.
I believe I'm there, Stephanie. This is what I'm looking at, correct? I see two lower struts.
Yes, we're interested in the, the lower side, lower struts left side.
Left lower strut is in place. I don't see anything off nominal.
Copy, yep. Anything obvious? That's what we're looking for.
No, it looks exactly the same as the right side. I see the cables, see the wire ties. Nothing off nominal.
Copy the report, checking.
I'm right underneath it now so I can get an even closer look. I have a hand on it that's not moving at all. I can see all the bolts. Pause here right now until you give me a go.
Yes, and we just got the final words. You are go. Thank you for the report and for the verbal. We see you en route to the port CETA cart with 2 for the WIFX install.
Copy.
Approaching 5 hours and 55 minutes of today's spacewalk outside of the International Space Station, U.S. Spacewalk 96, featuring NASA astronaut and Space Station Commander Jessica Meir and astronaut Anil Menon. You see Menon in the upper center portion of your screen as he is making his way from the work site, the 3B mast canister, which is on the far starboard side of the International Space Station. So those two had quite the journey to get out to the work site today, going all the way to that, again, far end of the starboard portion of the truss structure. They are making their way back to the Quest airlock today after completing their tasks, installing all 6 struts and an IROSA mounting bracket that'll support the installation of an IROSA, the International Space Station Rollout Solar Array, to provide additional power to the orbiting laboratory. So as they continue to make their way towards the Quest airlock, they had Jessica Meir make a quick pit stop over to the 1A mast canister, the next one over from their worksite today, just for additional inspections. And now the two of them making their way back home as we close in on what's going to be 6 hours of today's spacewalk.
In big picture, Stephanie, are we going to be going straight back to the airlock with the cable bag?
And that's affirmed. We'd like Anil to head back with the cable bag. We'll have you stow the WIFX on the port CETA cart. We are forgoing the APFR work at ESP2 for today. And after you stow the WIFX, we'll have you perform the slingshot cleanup.
See. I'm under the starboard cart now. I see our others.
I'm under the port. I'm just clearing it now.
Copy EV1, EV2.
Closing in on a 6-hour EVA, extravehicular activity today. Spacewalk, U.S. Spacewalk 96 for NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon as we follow along their journey from the 3B mast canister that is on the far end of the starboard side of the truss, the International Space Station, the backbone support structure. And there you can see them making their way back down that truss and heading towards the Quest airlock, which is located right in the center of your screen, as we have now officially passed the 6-hour mark of today's spacewalk.
Copy WIF 2. WIFX installs with a clocking of 12. Remaining settings, Gulf 1.
Oh, Gulf 1.
Speed of spur descending.
Copy EV2.
And as mentioned in the center of your view, the Quest airlock, where you can see off in the distance NASA astronaut Anil Menon making his way towards that hatch to head back inside. You also see the cargo spacecraft at the top of your screen, the Northrop Grumman Commercial Resupply Services mission NG-24 cargo spacecraft. And slowly but surely making her way into the field of view off the left is NASA astronaut Jessica Meir joining Menon today on today's spacewalk as EV1, Menon EV2. Meir with the red spacesuit with the stripes.
I've got a clocking of 2. Do you want me to get it back to 12? Or do you lock in?
Clocking of 2 is good.
Okay, and then what were the other settings?
Other settings, Gulf.
Twist test.
Copy, good pull twist. Check black and color, black on black. Remaining settings, Gulf 1.
Black on black, and I'll set Gulf 1.
Not the circular handrail, half dry. Feeling good.
Copy, half dry, feeling good at the circular handrail.
Do you want copies?
Want me to open the thermal cover and start getting the bag in?
That's affirm. You have a go to open the hatch thermal cover.
And that is Anil Menon that has made his way back to the Quest airlock and has opened up the thermal cover. Hot on this trail is Jessica Meir, who just put away the articulating
Yes, she was
portable foot restraint, as well as the WIFX, 2 tools used to help in today's spacewalk. And once those are secure, she will also continue her journey on to return to the Quest airlock. Just over 6 hours into today's spacewalk.
And Jessica and Stephanie, I'm at the hatch. I've got the airlock waist there. On my right D-ring extender, closed lock, black on black. The small hook is on the airlock D-ring extender, closed lock, black on black. So we have a good load path now.
Copy that.
Houston concurs.
And just to confirm, Stephanie, are you okay if I put the cable bag in there now?
Yes, we are okay with that. That's a good plan.
NASA astronaut Anil Menon continuing his procedures to re-enter the Quest airlock with the cable bag.
Then I will release his.
EV choose anchor hook first.
Oh, copy up.
So you'll release the EV choose anchor hook
first.
Yes.
I'd like a good load path too, so that's a great idea.
We copy and concur.
Anil Menon, NASA astronaut, continuing to work to re-enter the International Space Station and the Quest airlock. The thermal hatch cover is open. He has the cable bag just off to his left-hand side, working those procedures to return to where his spacewalk would begin a little more than 6 hours and 6 minutes ago. Astronaut Jessica Meir, who off-screen will be making her way back towards the Quest airlock and begin re-entry and repressurization procedures shortly thereafter. And now taking a look, Menon has now brought back in that cable bag and will make his way into the crew lock here momentarily.
My infrared is back on my workstation.
Copy. Before you depart the Cedar cart, hit the brakes, starboard and port Cedar cart brakes 2 times. 1 minute to a handover.
Cedar brakes. Pumps on the starboard Cedar cart.
Copy. 2 pumps, starboard Cedar cart.
Currently experiencing a handover in communication satellites and loss of views outside of the International Space Station.
Double check HECA green light off.
So we bring you back inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room as Flight Director Ronak Dave and the Momentum Flight Team overseeing these final few moments of today's spacewalk as we have eclipsed 6 hours and 8 minutes of U.S. Spacewalk 98. Stephanie Wilson, NASA astronaut, has been guiding astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon, who have been outside of the International Space Station during that time, performing key tasks to construct a modification kit.
We may have missed the last 30 seconds or so of transmissions.
Just gave you 2 pumps on the starboard, and I'm at the port now, so I'll do that in just a moment.
Copy. Thanks for the report.
So again, the team here on the ground inside Mission Control Houston, continuing to monitor the return of astronauts Anil Menon, who has, last we saw, will be returning back inside the Quest airlock. And we'll get those live views here momentarily as we check in now on astronaut Jessica Meir with the red stripes. That's how we know it's her on the pant leg of her spacesuit.
Double check HECA green light off.
Green light off.
Copy. Green light off. And EV1, we see you en route to the airlock.
Sure. Not the seat of first.
Houston copies.
Views outside of the International Space Station as we cross 6 hours and 11 minutes in support of the 281st Spacewalk of International Space Station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. NASA astronaut Anil Menon has made his way back towards the Quest airlock.
Hi, Anil, I'm here.
Great. The airlock is clear. There's no SDUs in the way. The cable bag is in the location we briefed. It should be out of the way. Now, keep it a little more towards me even.
I see your feet right in the middle of the hatch, so I'm going to come in. I'm going to get my end effector on the cover.
For EV1, turn HECA off before ingress.
EV1, heck us off.
Copy.
Leave it where it is.
NASA astronaut EV1 and International Space Station Commander Jessica Meir has arrived to the Quest airlock. There you can see her feet just above the thermal cover of the airlock's hatchway.
Thermal cover. They come up just like we talked about. See your feet. Let you know if I need you to move them.
You coming in.
Okay.
Turf is clear. Your feet.
I'm going to come up a little more and get my feet back.
I'm going to cover it, see it closing. Your feet are by the Oscar. Perfect position. Put them straight back. Okay.
I think there's something behind me.
Your feet are on the UIA.
Yeah, it's not my feet, it's my butt.
Okay. I'm looking. Clear.
Okay. Thermal cover's closed. I'll get the strap.
Copy, thermal cover closed. Working the strap until snug, confirming 6 lines visible, and engage the magnet, verify the magnet is engaged.
Work.
And as we see just outside of the Quest airlock, that thermal cover being pulled back behind NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, now joining Anil Menon inside of the crew lock.
70, I see 6 lines, and the magnet is engaged.
Copy, 6 lines, magnet is engaged. For both EV1 and EV2, remove the SCU from the pouch.
Work.
Work. SU removed.
Copy both. EV1, EV2 have SCUs removed from the pouch. Remove DCM cover. Velcro to DCM. Connect SCU to DCM. Check SCU locked.
Mark?
And with that communication from Stephanie Wilson on the ground in Mission Control in Houston, we now return inside of the Quest airlock, where we see NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway on the left and ESA astronaut Sophie Adno anxiously awaiting their return of their friends and crewmates as they have returned inside the Quest airlock. You heard them with a couple different acronyms relating to reconnecting their spacesuits back to the space station. And Sophie will take the opportunity to appear through the window and monitor her friends and colleagues and snap a few photos as we will monitor.
For EV2, I'll take a moment to give you some additional words given the CO2 bad sensor. As we repress, and we'll do a nominal repress, you may have some additional water inside your suit that may affect water on your comm cap that may affect your comm. You might lose comm. While we're expecting a nominal recess, we have apprised the IB team of doing the potential for an expedited repress and expedited suit doffing if needed.
EV2 copies all.
We return inside the Quest airlock and the equipment lock as NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway and Sophie Adno.
Copy. EV1, SCU locked. There's a note about TVC settings, a TCV setting of 8 to max cold, minimizes time for SCU cooling. Next.
EV1.
Next, take your water switches to off, OFF, the forward position. Expect water off. Water is off message.
EV1, water off. Expected message.
V2, water off, expected message.
Copy. One caution, do not close hatch until EMU water is off for 2 minutes.
EV1. And Stephanie, we've got a few words. On this day in 2012, NASA's robotic rover Curiosity successfully landed on the surface of Mars, the goal of understanding if the planet could have fostered life. Curiosity achieved that goal within a year, and it discovered that ancient Mars possessed all of the key chemical ingredients and stable water environments to support microbial life. One day humans will visit Curiosity, propelled by the groundbreaking science, technology demonstrations, and operations conducted here on the International Space Station, almost 26 years now. Today we made one more step toward expanding the ISS power system, further sustaining our human presence in low Earth orbit as we prepare to take those next steps. Speaking of water on Mars, this also happens to be International Scuba Diving Day, so Anil and I wanted to give a huge shout out to the divers who helped train us for this mission. Today I also had the added privilege of escorting a first-time spacewalker out the hatch once again. Congratulations to my friend and colleague Anil Menon on completing his first spacewalk. Welcome to the club, Anil. Excellent work out there. I'm thrilled to see the 5 swarming both inside and outside the ISS these days. Over to you.
Thank you, Jessica, for passing on your knowledge and experience from 6 spacewalks. The entire experience has taught me that a smooth AVA is entirely about the team. Thank you to our exceptional team on the ground, including first-timers like Stephen Villano, and to Jack and Sophie for their attention to detail in ensuring our safe return. Happy birthday, Christy Ray. This spacewalk is a small part of what we accomplished. Other parts were all of the preparation and getting back safely, so thank you for that.
Over to you, Stephanie. Thanks for being an awesome ground diving.
Well, thank you very much. We appreciate the kind words and the great words, and congrats to both of you and to the entire team of Momentum Flight, of having great momentum to work through this last mod kit. You have worked very hard, very expeditiously, with good momentum, and we appreciate your words and your work today for future endeavors.
Thanks, Stephanie, and all down there.
Thank you.
And the 2-minute water time has expired. We would like a double check that the thermal hatch is closed, the thermal cover is closed, prior to verifying the outer hatch clear of hardware and closing the hatch.
Thermal cover is closed. I see the 6 lines. It did pop off on and off the magnet a few times when I was closing it, but it's on there now. I'm not sure if it'll stay there when I close the hatch. It seems to pop off pretty easily, but I do see 6 lines on the strap. I see that the hatch is clear.
We copy. Thanks for the additional report. That's a good config. We're ready for you to verify handle position per the hatch decal and close and lock the hatch.
Work.
NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon is sharing words.
Position. And you get the hatch key.
Water pressure on Anil's suit.
Both Meir and Menon continuing to work through their re-entry procedures back inside the International Space Station after both now inside the crew lock of the Quest airlock, and we are seeing what is on the other side of that hatchway, and you can actually see the NASA logo through that window just for a brief moment, as Sophie Adno of the European Space Agency and Jack Hathaway of NASA anxiously await for their safe return of their friends. Today's spacewalk clock continuing to motor on along, now 6 hours and 23 minutes.
I'm taking a look. I'm behind you, please.
Looks like something on the left side.
The cable bag is out of the way. How now?
That's better. It's just coming down.
Good job.
Yeah, I see the hatch is clear. I'm going to go ahead and latch. Hatch is fully to latch, and I'm going to lock it. Close and lock.
Copy hatch closed and latched. We are in pre-repress. On your DCMs, check SCU connected to DCM.
SC is connected, ED1.
ED2 is connected.
Check water switch off for 2 minutes.
Confirmed.
Check EV hatch closed and locked.
Confirmed. EV hatch closed and locked.
On the UIA, check oxygen EMU 1 and 2, 2 valves in open.
Oxygen EMU 1, EMU 2, open, both.
Copy. Take power, EV1, EV2, 2 switches to on.
Switches on, I see 2 lights.
Copy. 2 LEDs on. Check power, EV1, EV2 volts between 18 and 19.
EV1 18.8, EV2 18.6.
Copy. 18.8 and 18.6, EV1 and EV2 volts. On your DCMs, take power to SCU. EV expected warning tone.
On SCU?
EV2, SBU.
Copy all. That completes a pre-repress. Thanks again for your great work today. You both are rock stars. I'm handing you over to Jack and Sophie.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Stephanie, we think you're the rock star, and we got him for the rest of the way. Thanks for yours and all the team that worked down there. You guys are the best.
Thank you.
Hey, now before we get started, we think we saw your helmet purge valve unlocked, and we think you want to lock that before we get into the press.
Locked. It's locked.
Great. Thanks for double checking that for us. So for EV1 and EV2, take your O2 actuators to press.
V1, press.
EV2, press.
All right, nice work, guys. EV1, check the EV hatch MPET is closed.
MPET is closed.
All right, we are going to take the IV hatch equalization valve to start repressing you. That should get an alert tone.
Please.
And with repressurization of the crew lock now underway, that'll officially mark the end of today's spacewalk. It would come to a close just a minute ago at 2 o'clock, 2 p.m. Central Time, 3 p.m. Eastern Time, with today's spacewalk lasting a total of 6 hours and 27 minutes, as both NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon would depart the space station and build out a modification kit for the 3B mast canister to attach it to in preparation for a future International Space Station rollout solar array to provide additional power to the orbiting laboratory. So again, today's spacewalk lasting 6 hours and 27 minutes, and it would come to a close right at the top of the hour, 2 p.m. Central Time, 3 p.m. Eastern Time, and we will monitor the repressurization of the crew lock. That is on the other side of that hatchway you see right now, where Sophie Adno of ESA and Jack Hathaway of NASA are currently monitoring. They are closely approaching from bringing the lock up from vacuum to now about 1 pound per square inch. Of course, they want that to climb all the way up to about what it is at sea level, about 14.5 pounds per square inch. So a little ways to go, but we'll continue to follow along. Inside the Quest airlock of the International Space Station, NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway and ESA astronaut Sophie Adno continuing to monitor the climbing pressure inside of the crew lock of the Quest airlock. Approaching now about 2 pounds per square inch, part of the repressurization at the conclusion of today's spacewalk with NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon.
Increasing through 2 PSI.
81.
And that milestone right there, passing 2 PSI, pounds per square inch inside of that lock. They want to get that to match where they are currently operating, which is sitting at about 14.5 pounds per square inch. Today's spacewalk, the 281st in support of the International Space Station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. Lasted 6 hours and 27 minutes and came to a close just 5 minutes ago at 2 p.m. Central Time, 3 p.m. Eastern Time, as both Meir and Menon would complete the construction from start to finish of 6 struts and a mounting bracket attaching to the 3B mast canister that will support an IROSA, an International Space Station rollout solar array, to increase power availability to the orbiting laboratory.
Three and a half PSI at 4. You guys are going to get an alert turn.
V1.
2.
As we continue to follow along with the repressurization of the crew lock and so numbers, that's timeline has just come to a close right now at 2 p.m. Central Time, 6 hours and 27 minutes. So for U.S. Spacewalk 96, by the numbers, today was the 281st spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades.
We're going to pause at 5.
And with that update, Jack Hathaway relaying that they will pause at 5 PSI and continue their safety and equipment checks, making sure everything is okay before continuing on with the repressurization. But taking a look even closer at the numbers, it is the 4th spacewalk out of the station this year in 2026. In fact, Jessica Meir has now participated in 3 of those 4 spacewalks and is the first spacewalk of Expedition 75. In total for Jessica Meir, it is the 6th spacewalk of her career, now upping her career total to 42 hours and 33 minutes. And for Anil Menon, this was his very first venture out into outer space, and this is his sixth. His total is today's total of the. Spacewalks outside of the International Space Station. The next one coming up right around the corner, a week from today, Thursday, August 13th, U.S. Spacewalk 97, in which 2 astronauts will venture out into the vacuum of space to replace a communication antenna on the space station called the Space-to-Ground Antenna, critical communication system for the space station and used by NASA to transmit data. And the antenna enables high-speed communications between Mission Control here in Houston and the orbiting laboratory. And flying in to join Jack Hathaway and Sophie Adno, that is Roscosmos cosmonaut Anna Kikina, who flew up with Anil Menon, her crewmate on Soyuz MS-29, and taking some photos with her crewmates coming in to check on Anil and Jessica and the Expedition 75 crew. For Anna Kikina, this is her second flight to the space station, as she was a part of Crew 5. And also coming in to join in, that is Pyotr Dubrov, the commander of the Soyuz MS-29 mission, that also was a part of Anil Menon's very first launch and flight to the International Space Station, and posing for a nice photo together, both him and Kikina, with Sophie Adno and Jack Hathaway. Certainly a prideful moment for that group, that trio that, again, launched to the space station only a few days ago.
For a crew lock leak check. 1, 2.
And again, the team continuing to monitor along with the repressurization of the crew lock that has been paused at 5 psi to allow the space to settle. And they will continue with safety checks throughout the entire process. And they will remain paused here for a few more moments before continuing on with the repressurization, as more smiles and photos within the equipment lock, which they will enter here momentarily.
All right, that's a successful leak check. We're on to step 8. You guys can take your glove heaters to off. Yeah.
Choose off.
Right, and for 1 and 2, do you guys have any contamination on your gloves?
Just the small black smudges we reported earlier during the check. Same that you've seen before.
That'd be small black smudges. All right, for EV1 and EV2, take your O2 actuator to IV.
EV1 IV.
Choose IV.
All right, then we are going to continue the repress.
So under the guidance of NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway, continuing their checks, and you heard the good leak checks as well, as we will continue on with a repressurization of the crew lock, now moving off of 5 psi and now climbing. The crew lock now at 6 psi and continuing to move north as the repressurization of that crew lock continuing to be monitored by Jack Hathaway and Sophie Adno, as well as the teams on the ground here at Mission Control and the International Space Station Flight Control Room. NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon have successfully completed their EVA, their spacewalk today, wrapping up at 2 p.m. Central Time, 3 p.m. Eastern, for a total of 6 hours and 27 minutes today. They would go out the door of the Quest airlock at 7:33 a.m. Central to begin this spacewalk. They would construct 6 struts as well as an IROSA mounting bracket to the 3B mast canister all the way on the starboard side, the far end of the starboard side of the International Space Station. And that will support the installation of a future International Space Station rollout solar array that will provide additional power resources to the orbiting laboratory. Now 6.84 pounds per square inch inside that crew lock. They want to bring it up to about sea level and equal to what's in the equipment lock. That is where Hathaway and Adno currently are residing, all a part of the Quest airlock, and that PSI at about 14.5. So we have just passed the 7 PSI mark. So just past we're coming up on the halfway point of repressurization. And back inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room here in Houston, Texas at NASA's Johnson Space Center Mission Control, as we are in a handover with communications satellites. And we will bring you back inside the International Space Station here momentarily and continue to monitor the progress of repressurization. And again, today's spacewalk, U.S. Spacewalk 96, closing out at 6 hours and 27 minutes for NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon, the 281st in support of the Space Station Assembly, Maintenance, and Upgrades. As we return to live video inside the Quest airlock, as the pounds per square inch now at 8.25 and continuing to climb, bringing the crew lock, which is what is on the other side of that hatchway and where Meir and Menon currently reside. They will bring that up to equal to the pressure inside the International Space Station up from vacuum. And once brought up to the same pressure inside of the International Space Station, they'll continue to perform safety checks, leak checks all throughout the procedure. And then once that is complete, We'll see that hatchway in which Sophie Adno has that right hand on it, ready to go. Will open back up, and they will formally welcome Meir and Menon back inside the International Space Station. Pressure inside the crew lock has just surpassed 10 pounds per square inch and continuing to climb up, again looking to equalize what is inside the rest of the International Space Station, approximately 14.5 pounds per square inch.
And PSI and climbing.
Антон, добрый вечер. Да, ну, можно 20-30 минут записать там. В принципе, немного времени это заняло.
Привет, Андрей.
Sorry.
I thought that was Jack's question.
Astronaut Jack Hathaway, Sophie Adno, and cosmonaut Anna Kikina continuing to monitor along with the repressurization of the crew lock getting closer, now 11.35 pounds per square inch, looking to get up to 14.5 after completing what was US Spacewalk 96, a total of 6 hours and 27 minutes. It wrapped up 23 minutes ago at 2 o'clock, top of the hour, Central Time, 3 o'clock Eastern Time. It would have formally begin at 7:33 a.m. Central as NASA astronauts Anil Menon and Jessica Meir would make their way out of the Quest airlock after dropping from 14.5 down to vacuum and would begin their spacewalking task, which included the assembly and attachment of 6 struts and a mounting bracket that will all support a future installation of an International Space Station rollout solar array to provide additional power capabilities to the orbiting laboratory. And they were able to accomplish that just shy of 6.5 hours and are now back inside the crew lock and are getting closer to rejoining their Expedition 75 crewmates, now standing at 12.36 pounds per square inch and climbing. Just about 1 more pound per square inch to go at 13.5 and climbing inside that crew lock that currently has NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon inside. Jack Hathaway on the left-hand side, continuing to follow along with the numbers and the status that we are following here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room and Mission Control in Houston. Cosmos Cosmonaut Anna Kikina floating to the left side of your view, and Sophie Adno of ESA supporting the return festivities of the 2 NASA astronauts. We saw Pyotr Dubrov earlier. Both Menon, Dubrov, and Kikina all flying together. They launched just 22 days ago aboard Soyuz MS-29 from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan. We have reached 14.42 pounds per square inch, and Sophie Adno starting to turn the hatchway to open it up as the pressurized portions have since matched each other from the crew lock to the equipment lock.
Houston airlock, the IV hatch is open. You guys have to go for step 4. We copy that.
And with that, we see the hatch opening and the return of Jessica Meir and Anil Menon back to their Expedition 75 crewmates. First one through the hatchway is NASA astronaut Anil Menon, who arrived and returned to the Quest airlock first. Jessica Meir will shortly join him as Jack Hathaway and Sophie Adno positioning Menon's spacesuit. And want to make sure they get him upright, and they will reconnect him as we see a nice little wave from the first-time spacewalker. And all smiles for Anil Menon as he returns back to the equipment lock. So as Anil Menon is getting positioned properly inside of the equipment lock, you see Sophie Adno now with the safer, that is the simplified aid for EVA rescue, in which she and Hathaway would put on the backside of both Menon and Meir earlier in the day. And you saw Anil Menon on the left-hand side now, firmly secured to the side of the equipment lock, with Jack Hathaway at his side. Sophie Adno taking the safer from Menon and removing it from that equipment lock. And now Hathaway has entered the crew lock and will go into support now Jessica Meir in her return back inside the equipment area of the Quest airlock. And now Jessica Meir has returned to the equipment lock, and Sophie Adno and Jack Hathaway removing her safer, the simplified aid for EVA rescue, in which Adno will take and move into the International Space Station. And for Jessica Meir, with the aid of Jack Hathaway, will be attached to the side of the equipment lock. And you see a wonderful exchange between Meir and Menon as their spacewalk has come to a close at 6 hours and 27 minutes. It wrapped up about 33 minutes ago at 2 o'clock Central, 3 o'clock Eastern. photos and live views inside the equipment lock of the Quest airlock of the International Space Station as the Expedition 75 crew welcoming back in their crewmates, Anil Menon on the left-hand side, Jess Camere on the right, after completing U.S. Spacewalk number 96 today at 6 hours and 27 minutes, completing a full construction build-out of the 3B modification kit attached to the 3B canister at the very end of the starboard side of the International Space Station. And that will be in support of a future EVA in which an IROSA, International Space Station Rollout Solar Array, will be installed to help supply additional power to the orbiting laboratory. And we'll continue to follow along with the return of Meir and Menon and carry you through the removal of their helmets and their, again, safe return back inside the International Space Station. And of course, this spacewalk, the 281st in support of the International Space Station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. And this one, U.S. Spacewalk 96, the first of 3 in the month of August. And we'll take a look at the next one coming up, which will be a week from today, Thursday, August 13th for U.S. Spacewalk 97, and then further down the line, U.S. Spacewalk 98 as well. NASA astronauts Jack Hathaway and ESA astronaut Sophie Adno continuing to work through the return procedures for Anil Menon on the left-hand side in his spacewalking spacesuit, and Jess Camere on the right-hand side. Menon with the gloves off his hands, and Hathaway has lifted off the helmet for Menon after he just recently completed his very first spacewalk. For Jessica Meir on the right-hand side, similar procedure for her. She just wrapped up her 6th spacewalk of her career. For Meir, over those 6 spacewalks, 42 hours and 33 minutes. And of course, for Anil Menon, it is his first. His career totals matching today's spacewalk at 6 hours and 27 minutes. So with these helmets off, we can now take a look ahead at what's to come for spacewalks and activities surrounding the orbiting laboratory. And again, we mentioned that this is going to be a busy time for the International Space Station as U.S. Spacewalk 97 just right around the corner a week from today. Coverage.
in the upper triangle handoff portion. I have 3 cautions, which I'm going to read to you within the 2 minutes that I have till handover. No sudden movements on the ECU 4-bar linkage, BGA mass canister, or mod kit. Maintain less than 0.45 feet per second on BGA. Limit loads to 40 pounds. Avoid cyclic loading. Do not impart forces into the mod kit struts before they are fully installed.
V1 copies all, and I am changing my TCV. I am now at a setting of 4.
Copy TCV 4, EV1. And copy EV2 copies the cautions. When you're ready, EV1 present none. Copy EV2 copies the cautions. When you're ready, EV1 present non-tethered left side of upper triangle to hand off to EV2.
Okay, stand by now. I'm going to come get into position for that.
Can you do a quick boot check to make sure my heels are in?
Sure thing. Looks like your heels are in from this side. I'm behind the boot plate right now. When I come over to the side, I think I'll have a better view.
Copy.
A check for EV1 for the upper triangle and the PGT. We would just like you to double check that the PGT is not tangled in the upper triangle. 30 seconds to a handover.
Yeah. Copy.
You heard the communications as we prepare for the handoff of that upper triangle from Jessica Meir to Anil Menon and begin preparations of installing that to the 3B mass canister. You have also heard from both Anil Menon and Jessica Meir some safety checks as they check over their gloves, their gauntlets, their HAPS, which is the helmet absorption pad, the safety device developed by NASA to help address the possible risk of water inside the helmets as they sweat through today's EVA opportunities and task list. And everyone so far so good working through. Again, the upper triangle build has been completed as we are now an hour and 41 minutes into today's spacewalk.
Okay, I've got that PGT free. Like that.
EV1, EV2, Houston is back with you. We copied partial comm. Sounds like the PGT is free of the upper triangle.
We welcome you back inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room here at Mission Control Center in Houston, Texas, as Flight Director Ronak Dave in the Navy suit overseeing today's spacewalk operations. To his right-hand side is NASA astronaut Stephanie Wilson, who has been the one that you have heard communicating with Jessica Meir and Anil Menon today. Aki Hoshide, immediately to her right, is operating and talking to the crew that are not participating in today's spacewalk. Jack Hathaway and Sophie Adno, along with Andrei Fedyaev, Pyotr Dubrov, and Anna Kikina, the other members of the Expedition 75 crew aboard the International Space Station. So now we make our way back outside as the upper triangle will be passed from Jessica Meir in the red stripe spot at the bottom of your screen up to Anil Menon, who is preparing to secure that upper triangle and the center pad, that is the smaller portion of the triangle that is now being pointed his direction. And that will make its way to him and eventually attached to the 3B mass canister. Anil Menon is in the articulating portable foot restraint, which is also attached to a workspace interface extender, almost like a step stool or step ladder, to extend his ability to reach the top of that 3B mass canister.
Here it comes.
Great. Keep it coming. Keep it coming. Can you get it up any higher? Oh, it's so close. I got it.
Okay, you got it.
Control.
You've got control.
And he'll install center pad on mass canister with the arrow pointing towards the array.
Okay, it's installed and in soft dock.
Copy installed and in soft dock. Verify upper triangle to neutral down for later access.
I came out, Stephanie, so I must have been wrong about that. I'm going to just give it another try.
Copy that. As you're working with it, engage left side, then press in on the right side to engage the soft dock detents.
Okay. Just going to move this ingress aid.
Stephanie, I have filled the RET for the PGT and the torque wrench onto the WIFX. They're in a position where I think I'll be able to reach them.
And we copy. Thank you. Nice work. Next, visually inspect and report spherical bearing alignment on both stop brackets. Go ahead, Anil.
We are in soft dock.
Copy soft dock. Nicely done. I see you retrieving your PGT settings alpha 2 clockwise 2.
And I see good alignment on both of the spherical bearings.
Copy good alignment on both spherical bearings. For EV2 1 caution, verify proper alignment for Fairchild fastener installation due to side loading cross-threading sensitivity.
2 copies and alpha 2 clockwise 2 is set and good. Cal.
Copy all. We're looking for 2 turns on M5 through M8.
Turns M5 through M8.
Communications between NASA astronauts Anil Menon and Jessica Meir to the teams on the ground and Spacewalk communicator Stephanie Wilson. And all good news to report so far, as Anil Menon has received the upper triangle. He is now at the bottom portion of your screen and will begin the formal attachment of that upper triangle to the 3B mass canister. Meanwhile, Jessica Meir, who you see at the top portion with the red stripes on her pantsuit and portable life support system, has begun preparations for assembling the right struts of today's construction. And again, this is for the installation of the 3B mass or modification kit to the 3B mass canister that consists of 6 total struts and a mounting bracket. You see the mounting bracket at the knees of Anil Menon towards the bottom of your screen with the first 2 struts now connected, and he will attach that to the mass canister. And then they will move into the right side of the construction, and there we see upright as we would view it here on Earth as the upper triangle, and then they will have two more pieces, a lower right side and a mid strut on the right side, and then copy that over to the left-hand portion. So essentially 2 of the 4 struts have been connected and now being formally attached, as you see Anil Menon with his pistol grip tool, the space drill that will help him affix this to the top of the mass canister. And Jessica Meir now out of sight, assembling the next steps in the phase, which is putting together the right lower strut and then right mid strut to follow. We are 1 hour and 49 minutes into today's Spacewalk, U.S. Spacewalk 96, as the International Space Station currently orbiting 262 miles above the Earth and about to pass over the northernmost portion of Somalia on the continent of Africa.
15 on the torque, 5 turns, green light. Anil, verify your PGT settings, Alpha 2, clockwise 2.
Alpha 2, clockwise 2. Let me just read you this. M6 was 5 turns, green light, and it was 3.7 on the torque. The last one was 3.8. I accidentally read you the turn count showing up on the PGT, which is probably why it seemed high.
Now we're tracking. So I got M5, 3.8 torque, 5 turns, green light. M6, 3.7 torque, 5 turns, green light.
Stay firm. I'm going to M7.
We concur.
M7, 6 turns, 3.7, green light.
Copy on M7, 3.7 torque, green light, and the turn count was clipped.
Turn.
I believe 6 turns.
Confirm 6 turns. M8 is now 6 turns as well. Green light, 3.8 torque.
M8, 3.8 torque, 6 turns, green light. Copy also 6 turns on M7. Thank you for all. Check center pad MLI and PIP pins 2 still installed.
Okay.
Also M5 through M8, all good bolts.
That is NASA astronaut Anil Menon relaying the torque and settings of the 4 bolts that are attaching the center pad, which is the top tip of the triangle, of the upper triangle of today's 3B modification kit. And the crew's here on the ground confirming good bolts as he is now attaching that structure and testing out that structure and inspecting those bolts as we see on our screen. Meanwhile, NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, just off screen, preparing for the right struts to be assembled to the 3B mass canister. And there you now see her appearing to the upper portions where she has the strut bag that she brought from the Quest airlock all the way down to the very end of the starboard side of the International Space Station where the 2 astronauts are working today. And those struts will attach themselves to the mounting bracket and the upper triangle and provide additional support to the 3B mass canister.
And we copy. That is a good config. Thank you.
And with each task, you hear communications from the ground for regular updates on the status of their gloves, the status of their HAPs or helmet absorption pads, all part of the ongoing safety checks as each step continues to make its way down the timeline for both astronauts. Now an hour and 54 minutes into today's spacewalk.
Copy, EV1.
Now, Jessica.
Hey, copy.
I'm going to go ahead and adjust the APFR with X. That's okay.
Okay, sure thing.
Anil, we see you working
And
to...
Stephanie, can you confirm with X?
Yes, with X extension is 1. Full settings are 6 Golf 1.
Golf 1.
And after the extension, verify ingress 8 is clear of the upper triangle. And your met weights, you've been doing a nice job with everything. Just continue your slow and steady and smooth pace. You're doing a good job.
Thanks for the feedback.
Communication with NASA astronaut Anil Menon as he has removed himself from the articulating portable foot restraint and is now adjusting the WIFX that is attached to the worksite interface extender. He had a bit of a higher setting in relative to his positioning along the 3B mass canister. He will now adjust that in support of Jessica Meir, who is to the upper portions of the screen, Anil Menon with his full backside to the cameras as we see them, as they prepare to now assemble the right struts of this 3B modification kit. Closing in on 2 hours for today's spacewalk, an hour and 57 minutes at the moment. The 6th spacewalk for Jessica Meir's career, the first for Anil Menon. For Anil Menon arriving just 22 days ago, or launching just 22 days ago aboard Soyuz MS-29 back on July 14th from the Baikonur Cosmodrome. As for Jessica Meir, in her 174th day in space on her current mission after launching with NASA SpaceX Crew 12 back in February. And you can see just past the portable life support system, or the backpack, the spacesuit backpack of Anil Menon, right in the center of your screen, the next strut assembly that Jessica Meir is repairing. And again, we're going to be working on the right side next. So this will be in total strut 3 of 6 that will be next to be attached to provide additional support to this modification kit to the 3B power channel for the International Space Station.
Anil, APFR settings 12, Papa, Charlie 12.
12, Papa, Charlie 12.
We still have the RET going to the mounting bracket as well. That will get released after you're back in there?
I believe so.
And Houston concurs. That's affirmative, Jessica.
Copy.
As we see on the screen, it is becoming a little bit darker outside of the International Space Station as they are making their way into an orbital nighttime pass. Again, the space station orbiting the Earth every 90 minutes, so a sunrise and sunset witnessed by NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon every 45. So they have their helmet cameras, or helmet lights on, in addition to their helmet cameras, of course, as they continue work on adjusting the WIFX and portable foot restraints ahead of the next task of today's spacewalk, which will be assembling the right struts of the 3B modification kit. We have now officially passed the 2-hour mark of today's spacewalk. After getting underway at 7:33 a.m. Central Time, 8:33 a.m. Eastern Time. So far, the astronauts, after departing the space station's Quest airlock, have translated to the far side of the starboard side of the International Space Station to the 3B power channel and solar array, and that is where they are operating now. They have completed construction of the upper triangle, which is, you somewhat see portions of it, namely the mounting bracket towards the bottom of your screen, with some of the reflection of the lights from the camera, or from the helmets of the two astronauts. So that upper triangle consisting of the IROSA, or International Space Station Rollout Solar Array mounting bracket, which it will attach to once delivered on a future cargo flight later this year, and then installed on a future spacewalk itself. That mounting bracket with 2 struts attached and attached to the mass canister. 6 struts in total and 1 mounting bracket, so 2 of the 6 have formally been completed. And again, working on the right side, a right lower strut and right mid strut will be next, and then the 2 astronauts will move to the other end and work on the left lower and left mid of today's build out.
This knob was depressible. This is the main change that I made, and the width extender was set at 1, and the pin is at the pull test.
Copy. With extender 1, 12 Papa Papa Charlie 12, pitch knob can be depressed. From Houston, we recommend you ingress the APFR and then perform your socket swap on your PGT to the 2-inch rigid.
That's a great idea. That's what I was thinking too.
Love it when great minds think alike.
And I see that RET in front of you.
And also a friendly reminder, prior to ingress with the safety tether reel behind you, you may want to clear it or put it in a different position.
What do you think, Jessica?
Looks like you're almost there, so I would continue. I see your toes in. Okay.
We are okay with that.
Please come more forward.
You look in.
No, your heel's not in. You need it. Yep. There you go. Keep going a little bit more. Exaggerate that a little bit more in. A little bit more. Now, I think that your foot is a little bit too far back. So when you're rotating, you're ending up on top of the heel guide. That looks better. That looks good.
All right. Thanks for the assist. Where is my station, Jessica?
face each other is between your legs behind you.
Okay. I think I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I think just when you come out next time, just watch where it goes and get it on the other side of your leg.
Okay, get it on in front of my left leg, essentially.
Concur.
Okay.
All right, I have the right mid strut. Are you going to do your socket swap first?
Yeah.
Okay.
Six-inch off, good pull test.
Copy, good socket swap, good pull test. Verify access to mounting bracket red.
2 hours and 5 minutes into today's spacewalk, U.S. Spacewalk 96, featuring NASA astronaut Jessica Meir at the top of your screen and NASA astronaut Anil Menon at the bottom as they continue working through procedures and construction of the 3B modification kit.